Ready when you are. Hello, Internet. How are you? Hey, what's up?
Hey,
Yeah, how are you? And there's some fat guy down in the corner there.
I am there. I didn't want to layer many of my ugly mud on the face, so we have gone with Avatar
Ah, I see.
and
I see.
Avatar. Yes.
So for those of you on actually on the Raven's Nest channel, my channel, Raven J, you're not seeing the same thing that is being shown on the goddamn podcast. It's the same people saying the same things, but it's set up a little bit differently. So everyone on the goddamn podcast, hi, I am Raven J. This is Agent of Doubt.
hello.
You guys know some fat guy. He is
Yes.
some fat guy. We have my band of miscreants in the back making lots of noise, so forgive me for that. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with me, I used to be known as DevShell2. If you haven't seen me in a while, there's been a lot of changes. Hi. Welcome to the Raven's Nest. So the Raven's Nest is a show that is on my channel every Friday night, usually. And it's me and Agent of Doubt more and more frequently. And Serious Mind, who will be joining us shortly.
Fantastic.
And yeah, I think it's pretty fun. Some fat guy. I am a fan of the goddamn podcast. I've been for years.
Oh, yeah.
I remember in the beginning. So it's pretty cool to be doing this multicast on the tubes. It is pretty cool. So thank you. It is cool. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you for being here. I am listing your channel in my description here on the podcast because, at least personally, here in Canada, for whatever reason, I cannot get to your YouTube channel.
Yeah. For some reason Canada doesn't like me.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a me thing or a Canada thing. Well, I'm going with Canada because if I put a VPN on, no problem.
Yeah, I that's what I'm saying. Blame Canada. So I don't know.
Link in description though.
So link in description. Also, can you put I mean, it's up to you entirely because I already have it on my show, but it's not on yours. Can you put the link to my Patreon in your description?
Yeah, sure. That's in your description for
yeah. So you can just lift it right off of mine.
Sure.
So anyway, yeah. Those of you who have been watching TJ and Dark Matter and the Hangouts for a while, you know that it is customary to give guest hosts as much money as possible, as quickly as possible. So
yes. I agree.
So anyway, hi Mike.
Hey,
How are you?
I'm doing okay.
Just okay.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the food to come out. It's Memorial Day weekend, and barbecues are going, and
Nice.
I'm like, damn it, timing.
So yeah, I get that. I spent my day in New York State, which sounds like it's really far from me, but it's not. I can throw a rock and hit the state of New York. I live in New Jersey. But I can throw a rock and hit the state of New York. So we went across the border to a town called Sugarloaf. And it's one of those old crafter towns.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah,
It's
sure.
like they get candle makers and people that make like dream catchers and
Yes,
all that kind of stuff. Right.
It's similar, like North Georgia up in the mountains. You go through all those little touristy towns, and same thing. There's horseback riding and
Yeah.
local farmers market,
All
shops everywhere. At least it was 20 years ago. I'd imagine most of that's probably gone now.
all kinds of neat stuff like that. And so today was the spring festival. So
Nice. Springfest.
Peach, those of you watching, probably all of you know who Peach is. Peach is another old school YouTuber. She is also my wife. So we met on YouTube. That's a fun story. And it's not a fun story. Anyway, so we went with the kids and we had a good time.
Excellent. Imagine the weather's quite nice this time of year, although probably hot.
Yeah, it was a little hot. It's beautiful here. Now, I was out having a great time. I wasn't doing research for a show. I wasn't worrying about links. I wasn't worrying about sound. I wasn't worrying about whether or not the video will work. I was out having a good time. I come home to find out Agent of Doubt here was doubting whether or not he would be on. He was worried about the links, and I'm like, dude, you really got to relax. I'll get it for you. And some fat guy here was worried about whether or not this would work.
Well, in my defense, if you will, that was only like a 4 a.m. literal nightmare waking up going, fuck, how's this going to work? Most of the day I was pretty good with it and just went with that. The system, it's set up. It should go.
I actually like the way this looks on the goddamn podcast.
Filled out quite nice, didn't it?
Yeah, it actually looks pretty good. Agent of Doubt, can you see it? You are muted, but I know what you said, so it's all right.
Yeah, I can see it. It's weird that he's got the link that for the Amazon as a QR code. Like people would like point their phone at a screen, but some of the people are actually using their phone, so they wouldn't be able to point their phone at their phone.
Well, I'm usually on the assumption people have many devices like I do.
Yeah, same. I've got devices all over the place.
I have all this real estate in this big black chunk here, as you see. So I got to throw something on there occasionally. And I don't have a normal host or guests on there. And it didn't feel right to squish you guys into a little defined area when I have big area. So,
okay, so
I'll throw something there.
So you guys were worried about technical stuff. You were worried about the weather. Apparently there's thunderstorms where Agent of Doubt is. So you guys were worried about like all these legit things. I was concerned about what I was going to wear and how much cleavage I would show.
That's awesome.
Just to be able to put things into perspective, I guess.
Sure. I made sure the battery's charged on the router in case I lose power.
That would be bad.
That happens, and we have a backup generator, so we have many hours we can go. And
so you have a battery operated router?
Well, no, it's fiber optic and nonsense coming in, but the modem for that has battery backups.
Oh, okay.
That you can add to them, and then I have a UPS power supply.
I've had nothing that special.
And then worst case scenario, everything just defaults to my phone if it goes off, and then we're on a laptop and iPad Pro. So there's hours and hours of some kind of a connection.
Okay.
Can't get rid of me. No matter how hard somebody might try, you can't get rid of me.
I like the fact that we have you as the goddamn podcast, by the way.
Yeah, I didn't know if that would be too inappropriate to do that because I have my normal avatar that I can use, or I'll throw up if I have to get up for a second.
I think don't want to people the idea they understand what's going on there.
Well, I figured just plug in the show, and I do have my name there as well, so it's obviously not my channel, right? As a producer, I run things on here, so I don't want to step on toes or people think I'm taking something over or anything like that. But
Fuck it. That's what toes are for.
it hurts though sometimes. You know, you got a little bit of an ingrown toe, and you just don't want to step on it.
I said that's what toes were for, and Agent of Doubt down there made a face like, no, I don't think that's what they're for.
No, I realize that there's some people in this world who are particularly afraid of being stepped on.
Yes. Yeah.
This is true.
Those of us who are, well endowed with height, we're not as afraid of getting stepped on by other people, and
How tall? You don't strike me as being tall.
Mhm.
So how tall are you? Because the internet plays these silly games. Like, I thought Richard Coughlin was a much larger person than he is in real life. So when I met him in person, I was just like, "Wow, you're tiny." I mean, he's tiny.
What do you consider tiny for a man or short?
He was short. He was just thin. He was just overall. He was just a small person. And I figured, he's from the UK, so that might have something to do with it. Living on an island. I don't know.
In my experience, islanders with closed communities as such tend to be smaller folk.
So I am almost 6 foot tall, which it sucks because it makes heels hard.
You sure?
But what about you? Their Agent of Doubt.
I'm taller than you, and Got That Funk is taller than me.
No way.
This sounds like a math problem. Agent of Doubt is so high or so tall, but
Got That Funk is taller than you.
Yes,
Is he 6'2"?
I think so, and he stands up straight.
He's
That
thin.
makes a difference. He doesn't slouch. He's got good posture
Wow. I would have never.
and purple pants.
Well, yes. I mean, it's Got That Funk. I mean, he has that funk. So, wow. I would have never guessed he was that tall. He just seems smaller. See, there's a
That's
thing.
exactly what stood out when I went to his place. It was the monoliths made of stone that looked like giant erect penises everywhere.
Yeah, I've seen the pictures.
Yeah.
Like I said, those are the funny things that the internet does. I mean, Richard Coughlin, I thought was a large person, and he's itty bitty. And Paul, I would have never have guessed he was any taller than 5'8". So that's
How do you think those monoliths get so tall?
that's true.
He's placing the rocks by hand.
That is true. I would really like to get into some discussion, and I am sure a lot of the folks watching are probably waiting for us to get into like real stuff. But I'm actually waiting on Joe. Serious Mind is running a little late because they ordered food, and I'm mad at him for not ordering food for me. We're both in Jersey. He could have had it delivered. Damn it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kidding. I got a half-eaten hamburger in the fridge.
I love the idea of food delivery. I've been cut off from civilization for past 10 years for sure, living here. So
I was going to say you're in Canada, right? So
yeah, it's
you've been. I mean, you were born there? You're an actual Canadian, or?
Yes and no. I am an actual Canadian because I applied for citizenship and was granted that. But I'm born in Atlanta, Georgia, originally.
Oh, okay.
Still,
So you're American.
yeah.
Okay.
Dual citizen.
All right. So you do know what civilization is like, then?
Yeah, exactly. So the
Right.
first half of my life living in Atlanta, quite privileged to have society and culture to grow up on.
Right.
Now
you live in no man's land, in Canada.
Yeah, now it's about an hour, 15 minutes each way. Just go for groceries.
Which thing
Right.
made you move to Canada?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Like, people always promise that, like, if something happens, they're moving to Canada. Which thing was it for you that happened that made you want to move to Canada?
Work, really. So I was a marine engineer before my accident, and I was able to have most of my licensing for sailing applied to Canada with a little bit of attending university up here. And then the money was just better. And quite frankly, just fell in love with the country, the society, the people. I love the healthcare, of course. And the fact that it's still like almost a 1950s, 1960s America up here, right? Society is just completely different.
But that can be kind of scary.
Well, I mean, not so much like with the racist side or anything like that. I live in a very conservative area, but it votes liberal.
Okay.
So it's not too bad, but like having your tongue pierced or stretched ears, of course, gets you looks around here still. So there's definitely the good with the bad.
I understand. Okay. All right. Agent of Doubt, you're making noises. What was all that? What are you fucking with over there?
Puzzles of Bob Ross paintings.
Oh. Okay then. Cool.
I was not near as full of anxiety as you thought I was when I was asking for the link. I'm like, you gonna have the link? It's like 2 hours still.
Yeah. You're like, where are the links? I'm like, dude, it's 2 hours. You don't need them until like, a minute before is when you need them.
Yeah. I mean, that's when I'm going to show up anyway. So if you just, have the two coincide.
Oh, look, somebody did a drawing of some fat guy. It looks just like him.
Oh, is that the cartoon one? No, that's just it's South Park.
Yeah, I know.
Just the dude from the South Park. I was like, well, that fits. I can steal that, and I call it my own. But yeah,
generous artists who like to do renditions of all their favorite people that they hang out with, and yeah. Love
are you gonna hold one up?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe you were, going to show an example of your work.
Not today.
Oh, okay.
I haven't been sketching anyone this week.
Oh, I didn't say anything about a new drawing. I thought maybe there was one that you had done that's lying around.
No, I was putting together puzzles of other people's artwork.
Yeah. Okay then. Okay. All right.
Sometimes I'm just a fanboy.
All right. Of Bob Ross.
Yeah.
Can you hear that?
Bob Ross's voice was sexy.
Okay.
This is interesting.
Like Bob Ross would steal your girlfriend away.
Or you. I mean, you thought it was.
Yeah, before there was like internet porn, there was PBS Late Night with Bob Ross.
I see. I love it. I do. I know. I love it. It can be annoying when I'm like making a video or when I'm streaming and there's all the noise and it's just like, but you know what? I love it. They make a lot of noise. There's only two of them. It's only two. They make a lot of noise.
Yeah. Kids tend to.
Which one's crying?
That is Kai. He is 20 months old.
Oh.
And
he
is like Bam Bam. He is a powerhouse. He's very strong. He moves furniture around. That's not an exaggeration. He likes to hit things. He's very, very strong. He likes to throw things. He likes the sound that things make when when they shatter. He likes that kind of stuff.
Likes destruction.
Oh, he does. He likes destruction, very much so. And then the other one, I don't know if you heard him or not. He was reading a book out loud, very loudly. It's Damon. He's 4, and he's been reading for 2 years now.
Oh, that's excellent.
Donald Trump has a sexy voice, you think, huh? Well, Tim, that's okay. All right. That's interesting.
Each their own.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not judging anybody's kink or anything like that. That's, that's not how I get down, but
No, I God, sexy and Donald Trump. That's an oxymoron. It's certainly a thing that doesn't go together.
look at that. Thank you. Look at you have both of the chats. Very nice. Well done. I am impressed.
I have a lot of real estate there. Have to use that.
I get it. I understand. I do. Sorry, I'm like multitasking and I shouldn't be because we are guests on this. Can we just start shouting swears and
Absolutely. I'm sitting back and quite enjoying the low workload tonight for myself because it's generally lots
Okay,
of
so is there a way, because of the way this is set up, it's not the usual way you guys do things. Is there a way that you could play a video that'll show up on the goddamn podcast? No, see, then it won't show up on my show
it
though.
won't show up on yours, and there's 10-second delay easily. So it would be
Right.
pretty hard to
Right.
do. And then there's a lot of shifting around with everybody. I mean, it can be done.
Yeah. Yeah, but
Can't
that,
be.
So we're
not-
not watching porn together.
no, but considering, well, I mean, we could, because that way only the goddamn podcast channel, gets a strike for it.
This is
because
true.
it wouldn't show up on mine. So we could do all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, we not necessarily of the porn variety, but on some of the hangout shows I'll do, we can. I'll just not put it on the screen for everybody, but the members I have in the chat program we're using are able to see it. So it can make for some interesting commentary, but you certainly have to be careful of making sure things are where they need to be and not shown.
Well, I just wanted to, I would not do that to TJ. Everybody else on the channel, maybe I would do it to. I wouldn't do it to TJ.
Yeah, he's had a rough go. He lost his Twitter about 2 weeks ago now.
Did he?
Yeah, and it really escapes my mind what happened. It's so insignificant what he did. I can't remember. I mean, it came down to calling somebody stupid, literally, and he got a permanent ban for that.
See, it's been my experience that people that you call stupid tend to be. So it's an act of honesty.
Sure.
I don't understand why they you get in trouble for that.
Absolutely, he's had the same problem with Facebook constantly, and it's unfortunate.
I really don't see him on Facebook much anymore, and I find annoying because that is where I tend to have everybody that I am in contact with.
He's on it quite a lot now for pulling content and stuff for us because we generally use Twitter
on his personal page or on the goddamn podcast page.
That I don't know the answer to.
Yeah,
I don't.
I had him on his personal one. I never see him anymore. And Dark Matter, I don't see anymore either. I saw him on Twitter a few weeks ago, and I sent him a message saying, "I've been trying to get a hold of you," and he said, "Oh, I haven't gotten anything." And I said, "On Facebook." He goes, "Oh, I'm not there anymore." So,
yeah, a lot of people. Well, I
You know
mean,
what I get on Facebook?
I'm sorry.
You know what I get on Facebook? Daily doses of Ravens cleavage. Different angles, different lighting. Just daily, every day. Facebook has an algorithm that thinks that the first thing I want to see in the morning, Ravens cleavage.
Why wouldn't it be though?
it's true.
It's the same thing that I had for breakfast yesterday. That's why it wouldn't be.
Serious mind.
Hey, so now we have two fat guys.
I was going to say that.
What?
But see, I'm not just any other fat guy. I am the serious mind.
So wait. So you're not just some fat guy.
I'm
You're
not just one some fat guy.
the fat guy.
Yeah.
I'm the fat guy.
All right. So now we have a full house. Now we can have some serious conversation.
Every conversation I'm in is always serious.
That is
Even when I'm joking. Even when I'm joking.
Seriously.
I put my headset on because my neighbors are having a little backyard party, so I didn't want to.
Oh, nice. So are mine. They've lived. They moved in the fall, and I guess they spent like fall and winter getting used to the new house and blah 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 blah. But since Easter, they have parties all the time, and they're Puerto Rican, so I love it. I can smell the food, and they've got the Spanish music going, and I'm just like, oh my god, I feel like I'm back in Patterson.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Well, funny thing is, my neighbors are Puerto Rican also, but they're playing just like '80s pop music, like like Hall and Oates and stuff like that.
What?
Yeah, yeah, Quarter Flash and things like that.
Wow.
And I'm not smelling anything particularly Puerto Rican coming from so I'm a little upset. There's no mofongo, there's no tostones, there's no pollo guisado or anything like that.
None for you.
None for me.
Somebody sent me. Oh. So I posted. Actually, I showed you, Michael. I don't know if you saw. I sent it to you on Messenger, and I posted on my Raven J Facebook page a picture of me wearing a pencil dress that a friend bought me on Amazon, and it showed up today, and I tried it on. And I was like, wow, finally a dress that I don't think I look horrible in.
I don't know what a pencil dress is.
No, I'm Googling myself to see what that
It's
is.
1950s style, and like the skirt part of it is narrow. It's thin. It's not like a flowy kind of a
Very form
very
factor,
very form fitting 1950s housewife.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just want to look them up. Actually, didn't know. I mean, well, these ones here are a lot more sexier than what you would expect a '50s housewife to be wearing, but they look rather nice.
So, I have a belly, and with this type of dress, you can't really hide the belly. So I have to get a corset and wear a corset with it. But I have a couple of other dresses that I don't wear them because I feel stupid in them, and this I do not. So that's a good thing. I'm kind of excited about that.
Corsets are evil. Why
I'm
would
sorry.
you do that?
Yes, it's tight.
Joe,
to the
have you
leg.
ever used a corset?
That kind of a thing. I do have a
Oh,
corset.
because they're evil.
Though they are. That is true.
Lady Tiger Lily would say otherwise.
So let's see if I can. I don't know if I can do this or not. Let me try it.
Any benefit
but-
with the corset for back support? I'd imagine that posture alone, but certainly would. Yeah, it seems like it's almost like a back brace. No.
We're not talking about sports medicine devices. We're talking about corsets with like brassieres and stuff.
See, I'm thinking like
Lumbar.
19th century sort of corsets that are extremely tight. That
Yeah, I don't know.
last figure.
I don't know how to share a picture to this. I could do a video file. I can't do a picture.
I see. There's the one issue I would have with StreamYards is it doesn't seem, at least for how we do things for playing content.
Well, you can play videos. I mean, that's how I did the intro at the beginning. It's a video file. You would have. That's
Everybody
the thing is, you would have to save the video file. You wouldn't be able to play like a link off of YouTube. You would actually have to download the file and save it.
Okay.
You can. Well, what you want to share slides, and that's
Right.
that can be an image.
Right. But it says, add a file from your computer, and it has to be Google Slides, PowerPoint, and PDF, and it's not any of them. So,
Oh, very, very picky then.
yeah, fuck them right in the ear.
Yeah, it can be PowerPoint also as well. But the thing is, if you have an image, you can I don't know if you have PowerPoint or not, but if you do, it's very easy to throw an image into PowerPoint and turn it into a slide.
You okay?
I'm not sure what it's called for the Open Office version of PowerPoint. If you don't have PowerPoint, of course,
Yeah.
Open Office is free.
So my job is to look pretty, and I am barely doing that. So slow down.
I guess
Well,
it's called
well,
impress.
if you can't do that, we're screwed because I sure as hell can't.
I can't do this. All right, it's no big deal. It's really no big
What
deal.
was the picture of?
Me wearing the
Oh, hey,
the
throw it to me on Messenger, and I'll do what needs to be done.
um. There you go.
Okay.
June is Pride Month, isn't it? Something's coming up.
Okay.
Oh no! Oh, what happened?
Oh, someone got a boo boo.
Oh no!
Okay.
You said they're roughly 2 and 4 years old, your kids?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they still bounce then at that point when they fall.
Yeah. No. They do.
No, it's quite good. Yeah.
So, what do you think?
Let's break
Joe,
it.
you got it.
Yep, just taking me a second to keep talking. I'm gonna work on this. It won't take me much.
It's pretty cool. I feel like Peter Parker because Joe is my guy in the chair. Guy in the chair.
I am the guy in the chair.
Oh, you got a fancy chair too. Look at that.
Okay, so let me see what
I love my chair.
what formats has to be.
I had a fellow on. He streams a lot on Twitch, and he was showing off his chair a couple of weeks back. I want to say it cost him like 1,800,
Wow.
1,200 for sure, possibly 18. It's nice. It looks like yours. It's
How much was this? I think it was 400. It's got a footrest, and I can plug it in. It's got a massager and
oh shit.
pillow here, and it's pretty cool.
That's not bad then. If it with the features like that, does it heat up and anything like that?
I don't know. I haven't used the massage part of it yet, and that may heat up, but I don't know.
So as a fellow with back problems, that sounds very nice for long streams with a little bit of heat.
Wanted pink. I wanted pink, like a ooh, nice, very good. I wanted like pink or like a white and pink or even like a pink and purple. But all of the pink and purple chairs are tiny, so made basically for teenage girls.
Okay.
And yeah, I am not a teenage girl. I am far too tall.
I found mine on the side of the road, and then found the armrest on another chair on the side of the road, and Frankenstein this thing together. So
there you go. There I am in the pencil dress, 1950s pencil dress, and obviously there's the wide shoulders because I was born a man. I was born male.
I like the color.
Right? Isn't that a nice color? It's nice. I'm sucking my gut in, because COVID and being a stay-at-home mom and blah 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 blah. Gut happened. So I'm kind of sucking that in.
Sure.
Like I said, there's the broad shoulders because genetics are a thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, other than that, I think it looks pretty good.
Those look good.
I think with the corset, I could pull that off.
I am a stay-at-home engineer, mostly.
Pretty good.
Whoa,
Sometimes I have to go out, but I try to do everything remotely if I can.
So,
I send my minions out to go on site if I can help it.
minions are cool.
Minions are good to have minions.
Yeah.
No, minions are good. It creates jobs. Somebody's got to do the leg work, and somebody's got to put the stamp on it.
Yep.
In the early days of YouTube, way back in the beginning, I had minions. There's a different kind of minions, but I had minions. People pissed me off for whatever reason. They would get visits from my minions.
Well, this is good.
I remember
There was a time I had a troll army. I miss those days.
Yeah, the downside of being the boss is like I have to read through this really poorly written document and then transcribe it into like a language that normal people can understand.
Who wrote the document?
It's the people who made this filter press,
Oh,
and it's basically for taking biomat material, which is a fancy and genteel way of saying human solid waste that has been uh, uh, remove all the bacteria and stuff have been killed off in a kiln, and so this stuff goes into the press, and we press out the excess water and make what they call cake.
Yeah.
Soylent Green is people.
Well, this isn't
No.
people, but it's
This is people.
this is
This isn't people. This is poople.
this is poople. Yeah, this is poople. What's funny though, because it's been basically baked in this kiln, so to kill off all the biologicals. So it actually, I mean, it smells weird, but it doesn't smell like what it came from. Thankfully, I mean, it doesn't smell good, but
Well, essentially compost then.
pretty much. I mean, the only difference is compost has living bacteria in it. This doesn't.
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah, see, when I think compost, like generally they heat themselves, if you will, to be very untechnical about it.
yeah. Well,
So it kills off a certain amount of bacteria. But
well, the thing is with compost, I mean, actually, that heat is actually given off by the bacteria as it breaks down all the biological matter that's still remaining.
sure.
So that reminds me of something I just recently found out about. You guys ever hear of skunk cabbage?
No.
This sounds familiar. Why am I? I've heard this recently, but I don't.
Okay, so
recall.
you know what cabbage looks like when it grows?
Yes.
There's also a plant called a hosta. It's a very leafy, big plant. People use it as an ornamental plant.
Yes,
in
I
their
have
houses.
lots of those here.
Yeah, I have lots of them too. They're
They
easy to
grow
grow.
insane. Yeah, so easy.
So it is related to those, and it's wild, and it grows in the woods, usually in marshy areas. And what's interesting about it is once it starts growing in the spring, and if it snows, all of the snow around the skunk cabbage melts first
Mm.
because skunk cabbage has an internal chemical reaction that creates its own heat.
Okay.
Neat. So when you found skunk cabbage, you'll see some cabbage-looking thing with a bare ring with no snow around it.
Yeah.
Slick.
Does it smell?
That's my question. Yeah,
yes.
hence the name, right?
Yeah, like if you like rip the leaves or whatever, there's a smell to it. It has some medicinal purposes too, but if you eat too much of it, it could kill you. So
Interesting.
I'm thinking with the smell, it probably has a lot of sulfurous compounds, which is probably what kills you if you eat too much of it.
But I mean, it's just a neat thing that there's this plant that just grows in the woods that just for the fuck of it makes its own heat.
It has some pretty flowers to it, if what I'm looking up is accurate on Google.
I guess maybe some species of it do, or maybe in the right climate. It doesn't get flowers here.
Okay.
There's eastern skunk cabbage and western skunk cabbage, it appears. You see, look for the western, because eastern doesn't really have a flower here, but a little bit. Well, yeah, the western one definitely looks a little like has like bulbs and stuff. Cool.
This is fascinating stuff.
Yeah.
The 5 people that are watching.
Yeah. It's interesting though, looking at it when it's small. I mean, there's like this almost alien looking thing. It almost looks like an open pod, and there's this like weird like things studded with little tiny things that looks like it was it was like put out spores or something.
Very alien.
Yeah, the one I'm looking at is quite intricate and pretty in its own way.
Interesting. So where in the world are you, some fat guy?
Newfoundland.
Oh,
All the way
Newfoundland.
on
Okay.
the eastern side of Newfoundland.
Not to be confused with Newfoundland.
Yeah, the most original name when they landed here. It's Newfoundland.
We found some new place. Let's call it that.
Yeah,
About
basically.
20
Very
minutes.
original.
20 minutes. I guess about 20 minutes from me is Newfoundland, New Jersey.
Oh, is that right? Everybody had the idea for original
Well,
idea of that name.
there's a yeah. Are you guys all familiar with Mitchell and Webb?
Yeah.
There's this
No.
British sketch comedy duo, and they did this one sketch that has like multiple segments, and basically what it is the captain. They're part of some British exploratory team, and they're landing at various places in the world that where the British historically landed, and the captain keeps coming up with the name, and of course the names never make sense. Like when they settle Virginia, it's like Virginia, why that? It's like are they, that's not the queen's name. It's like, well, you would say she is a virgin, as far as I know. It's like, well, then
Yeah.
that's why we call it. Like, well, I don't think that drawing attention to the fact that our queen has never done it is, and it's like, who's the captain? You are. Who gets to name things? You do. Or then, like when they find Australia, he's like, oh, it reminds me of Wales, and it's like, what, real? He goes, not North Wales, idiot, South Wales.
So anybody who did not go to a spring festival today and eat in a restaurant and all that kind of stuff and be surrounded by people and people who didn't do that today, if there's anyone here that fits that description, did they possibly watch any news coverage of anything?
I did not go anywhere, but I also did not watch any news coverage of anything.
You guys are a waste.
Well, I was in Steve Shive's hangout this morning, and then I was running well, it's not D&D, but it's a D&D derivative game that I ran. So that was my. And then I had dinner, and now I'm here.
So we don't know if there's been a mass shooting today.
Not big enough to blow up my automatic Twitter. That would announce it. I'm sure.
Yeah,
Almost positive there's been multiple shootings in your country.
What's I'm looking at CNN website, and they're not reporting any news shooting, at least nothing that's gotten any attention anyway.
Oh, that's the Clinton News Network, isn't it?
Well, I don't look at Fox. Ugh.
Actually, it was in Taft, Oklahoma, and there is 1 dead and 7 injured.
Today?
Yeah, shooting at a Memorial Day festival at Old City Square in Taft, Oklahoma.
At least 1 dead, 7 injured in Oklahoma festival shooting.
Because nothing says festival in America like a shooting.
Yeah, nothing says America.
See how quickly I can do that research now, Raven? It's because I live in America.
America. Fuck yeah.
There was also one in Chicago where nobody died, but there was 5 injured.
And some fat guy knew nothing about any of it because Canada.
And that was at West Garfield Park, a neighborhood that was early in the morning.
Yeah. So yes, Paige, that is true. So some of you might not be aware. I don't know if you've been hiding under a rock, but one of the latest talking points from the far right is that the Texas shooter was an illegal immigrant, which isn't true, and that he was trans.
I've heard this. I haven't heard anything about him being an illegal immigrant, but it's been blown up everywhere.
I also heard that he was a recent Muslim convert and all this other horse shit.
Yeah. There's passing around
all the talking points.
You can't tell their brown people apart, you know?
Well, they do. They get their brown people confused. I have been accused of the same thing, though, and I think that's absolute bullshit. Everyone knows that Joe is Mexican.
Which, because for your benefit, some fat guy. That's something that Richard Coughlin started a number of years ago, and Raven has run with it.
Okay.
But but of course, they have to do anything to admit it was probably a Christian white guy, because it's very often a Christian white guy does these things. And
In Coughlin's defense, he didn't start it. He just had the balls to say it up out loud.
Yeah, like what do you mean he started it? He just pointed out.
He didn't make you look Mexican.
well, and to be fair, like when I was in college, the town I was in had a lot of large Hispanic population, and people used to come up to me speaking in Spanish all the time, all the time. And there was and when I was in Puerto Rico on a job startup, the server in one restaurant, she refused to believe that I didn't speak Spanish, and so she spoke English, but she spoke to me in Spanish. And one of the guys who was there was telling her in Spanish, "Hey, don't speak to him in Spanish. He's American." And she was like, "No," and she just kept talking to me in Spanish. So I don't know why in Humacao, Puerto Rico, I would fake it of all places in the world. The birthplace of Rita Moreno.
I've been there. I love Puerto Rico though.
Puerto Rico is good. So when you were in Macau, did you go to Las Palmas?
Nah, just kind of drove through.
Okay. Las Palmas is a resort kind of thing, and basically people own the houses, but they rent them out. So it's like these little villas, and they're pretty cool. And there's it's kind of a gated thing, and there's a bunch of restaurants, on the premises and stuff. So it's pretty nice.
I've stayed in Arecibo, Oaxaca.
Did you get to see the telescope?
I did.
Arecibo?
It's gone now. It's
I
gone now.
know. That would have been such a fantastic thing to have seen.
But I did see it. It was pretty cool. They had a whole like museum and visitor center. It was like you were visiting NASA or something. The way they had it all set up, it was pretty cool.
Joe, if I'm picking up what you're putting down, you like your gentrification such that like you don't completely displace the natives. You like them to actually like sometimes live in the place that you're going to rent for a little while, so there's still like their essence in the air, like freshly gentrified.
Well, yeah, but the people who own them are locals, so. Yeah. But actually, I remember hearing something that somebody was trying to put money together to rebuild the telescope.
Yeah,
Good
I haven't heard
video.
any updates on that. That was quite recent to when it destroyed itself.
Yeah. Did you see? There's a video of it
2020, late 2020.
coming down. I mean, there's pieces of it smashing into itself. It was.
They were doing a drone inspection of the tower's supports as it collapsed. It was just a perfect timing for it to be.
It was really
caught on
disturbing.
camera.
Yeah, it was really disturbing to watch, especially having been there. Just seeing it go was kind of heartbreaking.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we don't, as a nation, we're not we don't care as much about science and technology. It's funny because we're so dependent on it, but yet, we don't want to spend any money on it.
Nobody likes spending money. I get that.
I do.
Oh.
I love spending money. Spending money is fun. Being out of money sucks, but actually, while you spend it, it's fun.
I will send you my wish list.
So it looks like it's on its way to rebuilding, and this is July 23rd of last year. So I don't know where it stands now, but
that's cool. That's good to know.
Tied up in bureaucratic red tape. Right, for the next 5 years, just get anything.
Yes, exactly.
Hopefully,
the up close drone footage was really scary and violent. Yeah, it's true. And like I said, I mean, if you've seen it in person, to see it come down like that was like really like holy shit. But I mean, it's been neglected for a long time.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
Yeah. I mean, money went to other things. Money, went to bigger and better, outer space telescopes. Ooh.
James Webb is definitely something that's going to be very exciting for the next possibly 20 years, according to what I've seen for fuel estimates. If everything goes to plan, if there's no unexpected leaks.
See, that reminds me though. One of the things that pissed me off, not about what we did, but the reaction that some people I think. Well, I don't know about some fat guys' political leanings, but the rest of us were somewhere on the left end of the spectrum. And when was not the most recent Mars mission, it was the one before that. and I saw a whole bunch of people on the political left like doing the whole, well, why are we wasting money in space? We spend it here. It's like, but money we spend on technology generates more money. It generates way more than it costs. It actually expands the economy, creates a lot of jobs, and creates wealth that can at least potentially be used to help pay for all those things that liberals want to pay for. So,
So I will say I don't trust some fat guy, and not only his political leanings, but with anything, because I found out tonight he does not like boobs.
what?
How do you trust somebody that doesn't like boobs?
Even the straight women I know like boobs. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, it's like, how do you not like boobs?
Well, I
Um,
mean, I guess to define that is I do appreciate them in art, but as a gay man, they don't
oh,
do
well, all
anything
right.
for me.
So-
But
Fair.
I mean, I
So-
had an ex-boyfriend who loved boobs, and he's a gay man. So
Yeah,
you
see,
know, I mean, but whatever, whatever you need to tell yourself, Mister Fat Guy. so,
that's funny.
so, I mean, but here's what happened was, I had the StreamYard up and open, and I was like getting my face on and getting ready, and he was there, so he could like lift the stream so he could play it on the goddamn podcast channel. So he wasn't watching or anything; he was just away doing technical things, and I forgot he was there, and I started adjusting.
Ah,
And then I looked back at the screen and I saw the goddamn podcast, some fat guy. I said, "Oh shit!" And he was like, "I don't like boobs," and I was like, "Wait, what?"
okay. Thanks for the context. See, for me, and that's like, and some guys, I know some guys did this have to be. I don't care, big, little, just I'm more of a nipple man, I think, really. But the boobs are part of that whole thing. So as long as they show up, I'm happy they're there. Whatever size and shape they are, I'm happy about.
So
I don't discriminate.
on the Ravens Nest last night. Oh shit! I forgot to check what the result of the poll was.
Oh,
I saw it when it was 11 votes, and it originally was split 5 and 5, and somebody vote no.
Well,
The 11th vote was no.
so the end result was no. So we ran a poll last night. We did a show, on Raven J channel, my channel, and the poll that was going from the very beginning of the broadcast was, if pineapples belonged on titties. And
yeah, I seen your thumbnail for that.
yeah. So apparently the consensus is no.
Maybe it was my explanation of the science behind it that tipped the
Maybe.
scale a bit.
Maybe.
Because I was a no vote too. So
I mean, I could see, though. I could totally see how that explanation, could turn a titty pineapple lover guy to maybe want to leave the pineapple off. I could get that.
yeah. See, to me, pineapples are wonderful. Titties are wonderful. Neither of them. They don't go together. They don't need one another. It's kind of like I don't understand the cronut. I love donuts. I love croissants. Mixing the two together is just terrible because you don't get the best. You lose the best things of each part of them.
Yeah, that seems very. I didn't know such a thing existed, but it's very destructive for each of them to Frankenstein it together.
Yeah, because croissants. The good thing about croissants is they're flaky.
Yeah,
And of
it's
course,
light
when
and
you
fluffy.
when you fry it, that goes away. And donuts, whether they're cake or the raised donuts, if it's raised, you got the the yeast, the yeastiness, and if they're the cake ones, you got the dense cakiness, and you don't get any of that from It's like, well, then why am I eating this garbage? It doesn't taste good. The texture sucks.
No, exactly. I mean, if you're gonna do that, just take a croissant and put chocolate in the middle, or
Exactly.
chocolate over the top, and
Call
it's
it a day.
sweeter. Yeah, but the whole point of a croissant is the flakiness of the pastry, of the tough pastry.
And the butteriness and all that. And
Absolutely.
it's like I'll eat. Give me one of each, and I'll eat one of each, and I'll be thrilled.
I'm trying to remember what the pineapple titty thing was. The hell was the purpose for that? I think it was a conversation I was having with Monkey Fudge. I think that's where that came from. Monkey Fudge, for those of you from the Raven's Nest show. Monkey Fudge is actually a regular on the goddamn podcast.
Oh, I never heard of Monkey Fudge.
So let's see. What did he? I want to go back and make sure.
Sounds like the least appetizing
Oh,
fudge.
oh no! He sent me a message, and I was just like, "Thank you for calling Domino's Pizza. Can I help you?" And he said, "I want pineapples on titties." That's what it came from. So yeah,
I mean, they certainly would belong on titties opposed to pizza. I think it's a
Well, I have to
sin
agree with you
against.
there.
Yeah, it's a
Well,
sin
I mean-
against humanity on pizza.
for the record, though, the pineapple on pizza was invented by a Canadian. So
Yeah,
Oh, now see, once again, blame Canada.
I would. Yeah. I, mean, I love it here, but you got to point out the certain flaws. If apparently with pineapple on pizza, Justin Bieber, there's a few.
Canada has apologized for Brian Adams on many occasions.
Like,
and they need to keep doing so.
uh-huh.
He's all right, actually. But
And Justin Bieber, for fuck's sake.
no, I lived in Buffalo for a year, and I went to Canada a lot, and I was actually Canadian, dating a Canadian woman while I was there. So it was cool. But the only problem I had is there were some people, if they've came to the realization you were American, they just had to take a shot. And it was like, I mean, I get it, I get it, but it's like it got tedious after a while. The worst of it was though, and again, most people didn't really bother me, but there's this my girl was working in a bar, in Niagara Falls, and I went to go get something to eat, and I went to this Chinese restaurant that I'd been to several times, and I had to use the men's room, and I went up to the manager, and I couldn't figure out where that was, and I said, can you tell me where the bathroom is? Of course, that's what we call it here. There's no bathroom. It's not a bathtub. Blah blah blah. So anyway, but this guy, now he could have just said, "Oh, sir, the washroom's over there," right? He could have corrected me if he really felt the need. He didn't do that. This guy, and mind you, I was a regular customer. He was like, bathroom, we don't have a bathroom, there's no bathtub in here, and he said it loud, he could humiliate me in front of the entire place, and I was like, you son of a bitch. So I said, all right, you're right, it's not a bathroom, there's no bathtub. I go, where do I go so I don't have to piss on your fucking floor? He didn't like that very much. But of course, now I was the rude one. I mean, it's like, dude, you just went out of your way to try to embarrass me in front of the entire restaurant. But I'm the rude guy because I shoved it back up your ass.
Yeah, typical American.
Yeah, that's exactly. He said exactly that. He said exactly that. It's like, well, yeah. I mean, most Americans, if you piss on their head, are gonna, return fire. In fact, I bet you most Canadians would too. Really, I mean.
Not really. There's not much difference. I get the typical American shit all the time up here. I really try to hide my Southern accent, which will sneak out from time to time. But Jesus Christ, yeah, people are assholes everywhere I've been.
When you say Southern accent, now that you live in Canada, like anything in America is a Southern accent.
I guess more so the Southern drawl. I lost saying y'all real fast.
Oh, you're from the American South originally?
Yeah, Atlanta. So, not so bad deep South. But yeah, grew up.
Yeah. They got sidewalks in Atlanta.
Exactly. Yeah, there's Coca-Cola museums, so there are museums. It's not complete backwoods.
Actually, I've got some cousins, and I have actually, I guess technically aunts and a good friend in Atlanta.
Yeah, I have to say I do miss it for culture. Something to do. There's always something to do in Atlanta.
Culture. There's culture in Georgia?
Atlanta.
Well, in Atlanta, yeah.
Atlanta,
not so much
Athens,
when you leave there. Yeah, when you leave there, not so much, but
Savannah. There's a few. But yeah, outside the major hubs, it's Marjorie Taylor Greene.
But and actually, I've never. Well, the only place in Canada I've been is in Ontario. I've been many places in Ontario. Well, I worked for a Canadian company for a number of years, So
Okay.
they would have me up occasionally, and then a few times we did our year-end holiday party. Once was actually like far north. It was like at a ski resort, and then the other two times was in one was in Niagara Falls, one time in Oakville, and one time in Toronto. So
Toronto's just American city without the gun violence.
I know it's funny because I tell Canadians that Canada isn't really, because if you go to England, it's different. If you go to Germany or and you can tell it just feels different. But like
Absolutely.
Canada doesn't really feel all that different, and Canadians get mad when I say that, but it's true. I mean, a Canadian city looks pretty much like an American city, maybe a little cleaner, but
No, exactly. They're same red lights, same power outlets. There's nothing like cool and unique up here
same
except for the
same
lack of violence.
same phone number cadence and number of digits and all that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, your street signs be a little different depending where you are. They'll be bilingual.
Mm.
Well, I mean, I can think of one difference.
Besides the guns.
School shootings.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I'm sure there have been here, but it's a major event when an RCMP member is shot and killed in the line of duty up here versus I'm sure it's happened this weekend for sure in the States, possibly even today.
Well, as far as the police getting killed, it basically averages, not counting like heart attacks and driving accidents, but I'll say to caused by perpetrator,
Mhm.
50 to 60 a year. So it's like one a week.
Okay, that's a lot less than I would have figured, but
And
still
and,
much
and,
higher than.
and a lot less than the police would like you to believe.
Mm-hmm.
Because they want you to think that every place is Beirut, Lebanon, and they're constantly in danger, so that justifies them using excessive violence against the citizens.
We got to be able to explain away these new Humvees.
Yeah. Well, the other thing to remember too with American cops, I mean, we have like over 750,000 cops, so. So of course you're going to get numerically. I don't know what the rate is and how many Canadian cops die per Canadian cop that exists. But
Sure.
when 750,000 of anything, you're going to get a bunch of people dying.
Off the top of my head, there was the Portapic incident in Nova Scotia in early 2020, and then quick Google search now just to confirm that's been the last time a cop has died in Canada. It's a very big newsworthy thing, huge service for their funeral because it's so uncommon up here.
So it looks like I found the thing. Basically, they're showing like school shootings in Canada since 1989. There were 3. And the funny thing is, Canadians have lots of guns too. I got something that Michael Moore had talked about when that if you look at the guns per capita, like we're first, but Canada is a relatively close second.
Right.
They're just not as violent as we are.
Right.
Well, we use them for hunting up here.
Yeah.
Like in a 10-kilometer either direction up this highway I live on.
Well,
the neighbors that have guns.
Technically, they're used for hunting in America too, but what's being hunted is completely different.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. It turns out there were 6, not 3. There was the article continues, so there was 6.
So
there's still a tiny number of school shootings.
Yeah.
I mean,
School children.
we've had,
Children is what they hunt here.
yeah, we've had 6 this year.
This year for sure, absolutely. I mean, is it up to 19, 20 now from the incident earlier this week in Texas?
Over 19.
Mr. Fat Guy, do you have any guns in your Canadian house?
I do not. I had guns back home, and when I moved here, I had to surrender them at the border. And it was just too much of a hassle to go through the paperwork, and I wasn't anywhere near enough time living here to apply for citizenship. And now that I am a citizen, the process to get licensed, to buy the guns, to buy bullets, is just such a pain in the ass. There's so much red tape. We recently got a oh geez, what the name escapes me, but big chain box store, sporting goods store. So for shits and giggles, we went there I want to go look at guns because it's been a few decades being up here. I couldn't even they couldn't take anything out. I couldn't hold anything, couldn't look at anything other than what's in the display case without showing them my licensing, saying, yeah, you're allowed to have, buy this amount of guns, bullets, so on and so forth. It's just it's a real fucking hassle, I guess, to put it bluntly.
Well, see, New Jersey is probably the toughest state in in the United States to get a gun. It's not impossible, but it's just so you have to have a firearm ID card. So you have to apply for that. It's supposed to take 30 days. It really takes more like 3 to 4 months. And then, assuming that they don't find anything wrong in your background check, you get the ID card, which allows you to buy shotguns and long rifles.
Mhm.
And then, but if you want a handgun, you need a permit. You can only get 2 permits. You're allowed your allotment is 2 permits per month. You can save them, but they expire. So if you get them and you don't use them, I always forget whether it's 90 days or 120 days. But I think it works out that the most permits you could have at any one time open would be 8. So it's just, and the reason why they do it this way is it's just not economically feasible to run guns from New Jersey. You're not going to come here and buy up a bunch of guns and go sell them elsewhere.
Right.
It's just not. You're not going to make enough money to make it worth your while.
So I mean, here is like partial list of starting with the most recent of mass shootings, not necessarily school, but just mass shootings in the U.S. Today in California, Merced, California, 1 killed, 3 injured. Also today in Detroit, Michigan, 3 injured. Also today in Taft, Oklahoma, 1 killed, 7 injured. Also today in Chicago, 5 injured. That's just today. Then yesterday there was
Atlanta,
Chattanooga, Tennessee, 6 injured. Malabar, Florida, 4 injured. Fresno, California, 3 injured, 1 killed. Colorado Springs, 1 killed, 3 injured. That was today. I'm sorry, yesterday. And then the day before, there was Stanwood, Michigan. There was 4 killed, 1 injured. In Anniston, Alabama, there was 6 injured. In Philadelphia, there was 4 injured.
That was on the 25th.
It was on the 25th, correct. And then before that was Texas, Uvalde. And
there's a little lull there.
So,
I mean, you look at like California, the population in California is greater than the entire population of my country. So I mean, statistically, right? But definitely far too easy. As a fan of Michael Moore documentaries and being a young idiot, on my 18th birthday, I went to Walmart to buy a shotgun because I could, right? And I was just blown away by how fucking easy it was. Maybe a half hour it took, and that was mostly because the young guy in the sporting goods section had no idea how to use the little credit card machine for the background check. Once he popped everything in, it spits out a receipt, says, okay, you can buy this amount of guns, in 24 hours. All said an hour in Walmart and walked out with it. Like, just amazing.
Yeah, it's crazy. Well, here's the thing. What's funny is when you point these things out to the gun, people that are really like obsessed with guns, the ammosexuals, I call them. I guess stole that from Bill Maher. But anyway, they'll say, well, in England, they don't have guns, but people kill each other with knives. And like, yeah, in all of England and Wales, of all of last year, there were 235 knife murders. And the year before was a banner. Actually, at the peak was 2017, 2018, and it was 281. So actually, I guess these are 2-year periods. So in a 2-year period, they had 281 knife murders. Now, England and Wales combined have a population of about 56 million. So, but 1/6 the United States. So even if you were to expand that out, so you're talking 12. 48. Yeah. So you're talking about like
2000.
17, about 1,700. It would be about 1,700 knife murders, and we have well, even if you don't count suicides, we're generally about 10 to 12,000 gun murders a year. So it's like, yeah, and actually, I think we're way more than 1,700 knife murderers anyway. I'll look that up.
Sure, because if you take even what happened this week in Texas and replace his guns with knives, the cops surely would have responded faster.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't have 19, you would have deaths.
Oh.
Absolutely. But 19 children, probably not.
Right. Well, actually,
2 adults, probably not.
Here's what's funny. So in 2020, the number of people who died of knife attacks were 1,739. So right on par with Britain. So per capita, right about the same. But what they don't have, they had in 2020, because of COVID, so the numbers were down.
Mm-hmm.
There were 8,029 from handguns and 4,863 from all other firearms. So it's like, yeah. So the knife argument just makes you laugh. Like, yeah, you guys don't know how to look up.
No, it's whataboutism, right? You gotta fucking change the subject constantly. It can't be. Let's have a discussion of. There's too many goddamn guns. They're too easily and readily available.
Okay.
This kid was just turned 18-ish, right? Got credit cards. It's too goddamn easy to get them.
But what about UFOs?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, my favorite is I'll get some. I've had a number of in the last 2 years, like a couple like right wing guys. And he asked me, well, how do you defend yourself if you don't have a gun? And I'm like, dude, I'm in my 50s and I've never ever needed nor have I needed to use a gun on anyone. And I live in New Jersey, and I've never needed a gun to defend myself once. So I'm like, where the fuck do you live out in Podunkia, USA, that you need a gun to defend yourself? Where you live in, and one guy was like in a relatively small town. Like, dude, there's like one murder in your county for the last decade. What do you fuck you need a gun for?
So there's a couple of things, right? Okay, so just saying that I'm from New Jersey. It is such a great argument for so many things. I'm going to get to that in a second. Hang on. And Paige, Connecticut has low rates of gun ownership. Yeah, Connecticut has had some of the toughest gun laws in the country for a long time, and they actually had an AR-15 ban that was like pretty much the way to move forward in the entire country because it worked so beautifully. It was fantastic. But right there is Vermont, and Vermont. Everybody in Vermont has a gun. Vermont is a gun. They are gun loving people, and they're mostly Democrats, and they are gun loving, and they don't go around shooting people. Deer, they shoot deer, but they are some gun loving motherfuckers. Because Bernie Sanders at one point had an A rating from the NRA.
Yep.
Interesting.
But here's the other thing too. I mean, generally speaking, I was looking at the statistics and I wanted to see if I could find any patterns. Generally speaking, when you look at per capita deaths, you kind of you end up with like 3 tiers. You have high population density results, low density population results, and like in the middle. And generally speaking, you find that if you were looking at places of equivalent or similar population density, you find that the states where guns are easier to get, the per capita murder rates are much higher. I mean, the thing is, of course, in areas where there's like one person every 15 square miles, well, yeah, people just don't run into each other enough to get pissed off enough to shoot each other.
It was like you said, right? I've never had to have that. I've never had to defend myself. I live in New Jersey all my life. I lived in Patterson, which is a city. It's a bad city, and I never needed a gun there. I never needed to, defend myself to that extent. As the only white person, in the neighborhood that I lived in, I never needed to defend myself with a gun, and that's in Patterson, New Jersey. And any of you not familiar with Patterson, seriously, look it up. It's such a bad city that even in The Sopranos they talked about Patterson being a bad city. So
I mean, not only were you the only white person in your neighborhood, you're one of the few white people in Patterson. Period.
So I mean, there's like people talk about the inner city, like some cities they have like the inner city region. The entire city of Patterson is almost like inner city. It's a city that has no hope. It's a city that's dying. It's a bad city. Anyway, so but yeah, live in New Jersey, and I've never needed a gun to defend myself. And that's like the idiots with chemtrails, right? Look at the airplanes with the chemtrails. Look at the chemtrails. I live in New Jersey. I live in New Jersey. This is the busiest airspace, if not if not in just the country, possibly on the entire planet. This is the busiest airspace there is, and we see those lines in the air all the time.
Sure. Well, and I
That's
mean,
not a trail.
jet
That's
engine technology has
condensation trail.
changed.
Yeah. Well, the thing about it too, again, I mean, in case you didn't know, some fact, I'm a chemical engineer,
Okay.
and as a chemical engineer, I can tell people, unequivocally that if I were part of some sinister cabal and I wanted to spread mind altering chemicals upon people by air from 30,000 feet
The
would,
least
would
efficient.
would be the least efficient.
Yes.
So it's like it's like, well, plus the fact it's funny because they're like, look, it's just staying up there. Well, if they were chemicals that they mean to drop on top of us, then staying up in the air is the last place you want them. You want them to
Absolutely.
fall to the ground. You idiots.
It's
And
sort of
then
a self-defeating argument
it is.
once you
And
scratch the
well,
surface.
well, my favorite is they say water vapor you can't just hang up in the sky as clouds are passing by. Like, what do you think those fluffy things are, asshole?
Exactly.
They're not cotton. They're not cotton that's been stuck in the sky.
Chemtrails.
Yeah, I haven't heard chemtrails in a long time. It's kind of
Them
fallen
chemtrails
off to
have
the
nano-
back burner, as like flat Earth becomes relevant again. And
But see, that's the thing, though. At least chemtrails, okay, it's stupid. But if you wanted to, like, if you wanted to try to be as gracious to them as you could, and say, okay, could you at least understand the rationale why somebody would do that? Well, sure. If you definitely see that the people with power and money would want to, mollify the people with chemicals so that they would be docile, and that makes sense. That's not what's happening. They have totally different ways of doing that, but they're certainly not doing it from the air. But flat Earth is the dumbest of all conspiracies, because I've asked a number of them. Well, okay, if I accept your idea that there's this secret conspiracy to hide the fact that the Earth is a disc instead of a ball, a flat ball, a squished ball, what advantage is there to anybody? Because look, as much as we make fun of conspiracies, it's not that conspiracies have never happened. So, but at least the people doing it believed that there was some benefit. Even if they were wrong, but they believed that there was some benefit to whatever the conspiracy was.
Again, just like last night, we had the conversation last night, right? The right wingers, the Democrats are intentionally destroying the country. Yeah, to what end? Like where is the benefit? There's a conspiracy that the world's really flat. They just want you to believe that it's round. To what end? What is the fucking benefit to this?
Well, and it's funny because you'd have to have a conspiracy between all the scientists, all the airline people, all the major religions, because all the major religions believe that the world is a globe. It's like every single government on the planet, and like, yeah, for what? Like, and then usually
advantage.
Some people said, like something about God, like, they're trying to hide truth. I'm like, yeah, but the major religions also believe that it's a sphere too. So it means the people that are pushing God also are pushing the idea that it's a sphere. So which religion is the one that's the true religion that knows that the Earth is a disc? Because it seems all the ones that most people follow are pretty convinced it's a squashed ball.
And most, when asked, will accept that other planets in our solar system are round. They're not flat. It's just us. It's just the Earth that is flat.
Well, the thing is, because people have pointed out various things to them, and they always have their ridiculous answers. My thing is, okay, and actually, what I want to do is there's one of the flat Earth lunatics that they make a diorama that you can buy, and it basically shows how everything's laid out, and it has the sun and the moon and all that. I want to buy it. The reason why I want to buy it is I want to demonstrate something for them. But if I made up my own diorama, they would accuse me of like, sandbagging it in some way. So I want to get theirs, and then I want to show them like, okay, because here's the thing I've noticed: if the Earth was a flat disk and the sun and the moon moved the way they suggest, then the phases of the moon would be on any given night would be different in different parts of the world and
Sure.
different times and at different times during the night. So it would literally change during the night, and you could see it. And depending on where you were at any given hour, if I called somebody on the West Coast and we were both in night, the phases of the moon would be different because they'd have to be. So I want to show them, like, well, explain this, because it doesn't work on a disc. It works on a ball. It doesn't work on a disc.
It's mental gymnastics that they have to.
Joe, are you suggesting that we need to have friends that aren't within our own town?
Well, I mean, I do.
I'm just saying, like you would have to actually like other people.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like that many people, but still, I know a few.
We're supposed to like shun the outsiders.
But it was really funny. My favorite of all the ridiculous flat Earth shit is there was one well-known flat earther. He went out. They collected money. They bought a laser gyroscope, $21,000 for this laser gyroscope. And basically, they said, well, if the Earth is really rotating in the way you're saying, then that gyro would drift 15 degrees an hour. And they did the experiment, and it drifted 15 degrees an hour. And then the mental gymnastics they went to try to explain why. Again, this is funny. This is what they said. They said, well, if this was true, this is what would happen. And that's what happened. And then they had to go through. And it was funny when he first measured it, you could hear like the his brain cracking. Like, what do I do? How do I say this? This can't be true. And then having to come up with some bullshit reason as to why what they predicted that actually happened didn't mean what they said it would mean.
I'm sorry. Did I miss something? I was posting, selfies. Sorry.
Just craziness of flat earthers. But yeah, basically, they made a prediction. The prediction came true, and then they had to like explain away the prediction that they themselves made.
Right. You prefer Middle Earth theory? Sure.
Oh, there's so many of those. Oh my god. Or Hollow Moon.
Oh god. Oh yeah, right. Neil Adams died recently, and it made me sad. Not because I gave a shit about his artwork or anything, but he threatened to beat me up on in the comments on one of Potholer's videos.
Really?
Yeah. So what happened was, Potholer did a couple of videos debunking Neil Adams' ridiculous like expanding Earth bullshit. And so I made a comment in the thing that how the Neil Adams was a charlatan, and then he he replied to me and said some nasty shit, and then he was like, doing one of the, well, you wouldn't say that to my face. I'm like, dude, you're in Manhattan. I live really close by. I can be there in a half hour. Tell me where you want to meet. Pick a diner or something, and I'll meet. I'll be happy to say we could record it while me saying that to you in person. And he's like, well, I don't want to do that because I would have, I would lose my temper, and I would, and I would have to, beat you down. And I'm like, so wait, a minute ago, you called me a thug, but you're threatening to beat me up.
Yeah. Not going to get into this with you, man.
Yeah.
Because I'd kill you.
Yeah, right. Because and I exactly. And what I wanted to do, because a couple times, he was doing signing things in the area, and I really wanted to go, and I wanted to make a shirt that said Neil Adams is a charlatan, but wear like a jacket over it. And then when I meet him, would be like, "Hi, Neil, remember me? Are you going to hit me now?" And which is ridiculous and stupid, but also for since you haven't met me in person, Raven has. I'm rather tall and rather large and potentially intimidating. But never happened. Now it won't happen. I won't get to have Neil Adams beat me up.
So it looks good, really?
Yeah, it's cool.
I guess to jump back to the shootings, gun violence, guns in the States. I don't want to say what's everyone's opinion on it, but maybe more focused of I'll throw out there my solution to it is to, Australia, the New Zealand model, just get rid of the goddamn things completely, right? It's going to take time. There's so many of them in the wild to get them out, but it's got to start somewhere, right?
Right, but you're from
First step.
Georgia.
Yeah, exactly. And as an idiot at 18, looking back at the fact that I had a shotgun loaded by the door and another shotgun loaded by my bed, just fucking ridiculous to have that mentality of I need this, right? That I'm gonna be the superhero that's gonna save it. Someone's gonna break in or break into my car, or
Right.
I
mean,
wanted to. I couldn't wait till I was 21 to buy a handgun and get concealed carry. So I could again be the superhero at the grocery store.
But you understand that a huge part of the mindset in gun culture is that you need the gun because of an overbearing government.
Yeah,
Right? So if the government then says, "Yeah, you can't have the gun anymore," the response is, "That's exactly why I have the gun."
See, I never bought into that. I was more of the good guy with the gun, defeats the bad guy with the gun. But the government taking over, I never bought into because you don't stand a fucking chance.
Well, I mean,
this large military.
Fucking ridiculous. All of that is like the government taking over. There's a few years ago when Obama was president, right? Texas freaked the fuck out and said that the federal government was invading Texas.
Yeah, they were doing it was an exercise that happens every year, but somehow that exercise was now the government invading.
So the last thing we want is America invading America. I mean, there must be oil.
When people say that this well-organized militia is supposed to be for us to be able to defend against the federal government, they are not reading what the original founding fathers intended, because the first time that George Washington saw that the well-regulated militia was used was to put down the whiskey rebellion, where people didn't want to pay their whiskey taxes.
Yeah,
right.
So the whole well-regulated,
that's a good use of a militia. Those fuckers were slave owners. They didn't want slaves to pick up guns and
exactly. Yeah.
Right. Well, well-regulated militia, and actually even further than that, really, the founders' intent in the Constitution. I don't give a fuck.
But that worked 200 years ago when you could have all your buddies that have muskets versus the American army that has muskets. That doesn't, they're gonna fucking take you out with drones. There's tanks. There's
intent
weapons.
The intent of the founding fathers doesn't mean a whole lot to me, because I saw a meme that said this, and it was like, oh my God, this is absolutely true. We're talking about people who owned people and would have been mystified at the sight of a dishwasher. Mm-hmm. Their intent doesn't mean a whole lot, because the world that they lived in was just so small and limited, and lacked potential.
I mean, how well did it work out for them for January 6th, right? The government can squash you. Waco, Texas. They were armed to the fucking teeth. It doesn't matter.
I mean, every time I hear that,
government.
Every time I hear that, about you have to have a gun because of, an overbearing government. It's just like, okay, you take your AR-15 and you go shoot at that tank. Let me know how it turns out.
Well, the funniest part to me is that the right wing, they're only really worried about an authoritarian left wing government. They're happy. They made it clear with January 6th. They're happy to have an authoritarian right wing government. They don't mind having a dictator as long as it's their dictator.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And then, as you said, basically, I call these gun people now. I call them slave catchers, because it's a slave catcher mentality, and basically where they reveal themselves in that mentality is when black people get shot by police because the police think they might have a gun, and in the case of Philando Castile, who had a legally registered weapon and was following the law, and John Crawford III, who had a toy gun but looked real, and they were, and Crawford was ambushed by the cops, and in both cases, you would think if you were, I know if I was a Second Amendment advocate, I'd be like, hey, these guys were exercising their Second Amendment rights, and the cops blew away. That's that overbearing government that they're supposed to be against, right? And they said nothing. So basically, I tell people now when they bring it up to me, I'm like, I don't care about your Second Amendment right because it's clear you probably don't care about mine. That basically, if unless you said something about, spoke up about Philando Castillo, unless you spoke about John Crawford and all the many cases where black people were shot, where they thought the cops thought they might be armed, and where that would have been legal for them to be armed if they were, and if you said nothing about that, then clearly you don't really care about Second Amendment freedoms. You care about your Second Amendment freedom and not mine. And so I can totally ignore yours because you don't care about mine. And I don't really have that right. If I can be killed by the police because I might have a legal weapon and nobody stands up for me, then that's not really a right. It's a privilege.
Right. Exactly. And I want to address like Paige real quick. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what I was saying before, but at the same time, you have to remember what we're talking about, though, too, is the founding documents. So I think to look at the founding documents and the founding of the country and talk about the intent of the founders, it's like, well, the founders didn't really care about their own intent because that's why there are amendments.
But it's a 250-year-old document. It needs to be
It's a 250. I don't have a problem with that. A
Interpreted.
250-year-old document that can be changed, that has been changed, that has been updated. It's that's what the amendments are. That's what they're for. There's an entire process for that. So I don't have a problem with that. It's just people that need to recognize that it is a living document that grows and evolves and changes. To say, well, this has to be this way or that way because of the intent of the founders, bullshit. And again, these are people who
about the intent of the founders is that people have been lied to about their intent, and that's helped shape where we are with things because people think that the founders meant one thing because they've been fed a lie by the NRA.
Yeah.
And that lie has actually influenced Supreme Court justices to make rulings certain ways. And it's important to know the whole context of this and not just get your facts from the NRA.
Well, I mean, I want to address what Vegas said here, if you can highlight it. So he's basically saying, now, okay, if Afghanistan fought off, the United States, basically,
and Russia.
The thing is, it wasn't that the Afghanis won any battles. It basically just that both in the case of Russia and the United States, we basically decided that the cost was too high. And it wasn't right, war of attrition, and because it wasn't our place, like it's kind of like what's happening now in Ukraine. There have been a bunch of foreign fighters from the United States and the UK and other parts of Europe, and they've gone to help Ukraine, which is laudable. But then because it's not their home that they're fighting for, and so when things get tight, a lot of them are leaving because you don't care about it as much when it's not yours, and the Afghans did care because it was their home.
Right. So I mean, well, what he's basically, I think what he's really saying, what he's really addressing is when I was like, yeah, see how well your AR-15 does against a tank, and the whole point, what like the Afghanis, like Joe said, these are people who care because they're fighting for their homes. That's number one, and number two, they were doing as well as they did because it was a war of attrition, because it was costing both the Soviet Union and the United States millions and millions of dollars to continue to carry on operations there.
Right.
One of the reasons why the Soviet Union fell was because it bankrupted itself trying to fight in Afghanistan.
Sure.
Right. And
they weren't chased out at gunpoint. Like, the Afghanis weren't like victors. They just happened to be able to survive longer because they cared more and they knew the terrain because it was home.
Right. And that's the thing. And like also, running military operations in a country that isn't yours is very expensive as opposed to when it's in your backyard. Plus the fact that I can't say about what the Russians did, but at least as far as the United States, we were not willing to result in have results that included mass casualties on the side of the Afghanis. So that also was a bonus for made it easier for the Afghanis to survive.
Well, the
I
Afghan
think it's
army that
better
was trained and propped up by the Americans, I mean, most of these people are doing it for a job, for money, for a way to sustain living.
Right.
It's a great opportunity, right? But once the Americans left and they're faced with, fuck, now we got to fight and we're going
Right.
to die and our family's going to die, or just lay down the arms and go with whatever the fuck,
So
flavor of the week is.
Vegas. I actually think a better analogy, instead of like Afghanistan against the empires that have tried to destroy them, and failed every one of them for like forever. I think a better analogy would have been the colonists against Great Britain, because that really was farmers taking up arms against the world's largest military, and they
Right,
won.
but even there, those farmers only won because France and Spain attacked British holdings in the Caribbean and elsewhere around the world, and it got to the point where that annoying thing going on in the North America just wasn't worth to do while they're
Yeah.
and also the
I
French
just
the French did actually land troops and had ships here fighting on our side.
so,
Uh,
right, right, but I still think it's a better analogy.
it's closer,
I think it's a better
but,
analogy
but,
than Afghanistan.
but again, even there, basically our guys had rifles and muskets. Their guys had rifles and muskets. We're not
Mhm.
talking an M1 tank versus the dude with an AR-15.
I would like to say though, also, I mean, you have your 250-year-old document. You have a government of citizens, electing citizens in place. So why are you worried about the government taking over? The government is you. This is
Thank you.
right.
I mean, that's what I mean.
You don't have a dictator. You don't have a king. You have constant elections.
Well, and that's the
What is
thing. A lot of those people that really worry about that kind of stuff is they don't want that. They would prefer, like Donald Trump was hailed as a king. He was a savior for some of these people because they didn't want democracy. They want their way, and anybody who
Absolutely.
doesn't conform to what they believe is right aren't really citizens. These are the same people who say that only Christians are allowed to have freedom of religion. That is an actual argument made by some of these people.
Yeah. Yeah, hell, George H.W. Bush even said about he didn't think that atheists should be citizens.
Oh, lovely.
So, yeah, I mean, these are also the same people that would beat up on Muslims and Sikhs after 9/11.
Right. So it's bad enough that they're trying to target Muslims because I mean, people that were here that had nothing to do with it. But then on top of it, he's like, well, somebody who's not even a Muslim, but they're brown and like they, because I think bigots can't tell the difference between brown people. It's like, which is kind of well, it would be comical if it wasn't so tragic.
Spoken like a Mexican.
Well, that's the thing in Texas. That's the way I look. Everyone thinks I'm Mexican in Texas. That's for sure.
I can't tell just by your camera. You look white as all of us here. So, and
I'm pretty light skinned, but I am a brown person.
Yeah, you look like you might be from the Caucasus Islands.
Well, I've been to like sailing. I've been to Panama, and like they all look white as can be down there. You have your stereotypical Mexican people there, but a lot of them just dark hair and darker eyes. That's about it.
Yeah. So I guess technically speaking, I'm 45% of African heritage and 55% European. Because but of course basically very few black people in this country are all unless they came over, their families came over in the last 100 years. Almost none of us are all African. So mom was European and dad was mostly African, but there was that 10% Irish.
So Paige, there's been a religio-political movement in this country. It's been going on for decades. It's dominionism. It's an evangelical um, movement of people who believe that they were chosen by God to bring the United States in line with biblical law, Old Testament law, and that they are going to be behind um, the Jews returning to Israel, and that is going to trigger the return of Christ, who will at that point then destroy the world, and the saved will go to heaven. And they have apostles that are self-appointed apostles of Christ. Um,
Yeah, it's pretty messed up.
it's a frightening ideology, and there are many of them in our government.
Yeah.
I did an entire video series about them years ago, but they are just as potent now as they've ever been.
Yeah.
So.
And I just wanted to address Pete. So Pete said she's only 35% African. So her mom's Jewish, and her dad obviously then would have been 30% European. Yeah, and because basically, and this is the thing that when people who are try to say that slavery wasn't so bad, they're like, yeah, well, there's lots of white in us because, or lots of Euro in us because in 1908, sorry, 1808, the importation of slavery was outlawed, or maybe it was 1817, but somewhere in there it was outlawed. So, but you could sell the slaves you had, and of course you could make more. So, because anyone born to a slave mother was a slave. So that's when a lot of slave owners took it upon themselves to make more slaves with their female enslaved people. So they basically raped their women slaves, and sold their own children.
Hey, it wasn't rape. They were working. They were creating new slaves.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and plus, I mean, they're in
It's
their
pretty-
mind, they're not people. They're lesser people because they're the pigment in their skin. It's in the Bible.
Yeah, please highlight
the whole slave owning aspect of it, and throughout religions.
Yeah, Joe, I know that it was common for some slave owners to rape their own slaves, but that wasn't all of them. Some of them paid other people to do it.
Well, that
because
is true. That is true.
They didn't want to be sullied with having that on them.
Yeah, yeah. Can you please, Raven? Can you please highlight Peaches? What Peach said? Yep. So, yeah, and that's the thing. I've done a lot of genealogy over the last 20 years, and when I was looking through census and found like the 1870 census, found some of my great and two times great grandmothers and three times great grandmothers, and the number that are listed as mulatto is a high number, and all of them were ex enslaved people. So, in fact, I found I know the name of the family who owned at least my father's people. So there's several different names, um, but I am genetically related to a white person who is descended from a man who is the grandfather of the people who owned my great great grandfather. So we know what was going on there. Yeah, and
I don't know what he's trying to say here. What Vegas is trying to say.
so he's basically saying that he sort of believes there's something to the whole Christian nationalism, dominionism thing. Well, there's lots to it, but
Bullshit. I mean,
I'm curious. I'm curious what other things he considers lefty drivel.
Well, I mean, I do too, but I think that might be a conversation for a different day when we take over maybe another channel.
Okay. So you mean like colonizers?
We are like colonizers.
Cool. Ah, wow. I think it's nice to see how the other half flows.
So, I mean, I want to know, like, is that really what you're saying, Vegas? That you can really get behind the idea of Christian nationalism? So, why do you hate America?
I like when you turn that around on them.
Yeah, I actually love asking libertarians and right wingers why they hate America.
Well, especially what was it before Perry from Texas. He was part of a Texas separatist movement, and then he wanted to be president. Like, dude, you don't get to be president of a country you tried to leave.
Sarah Palin's husband.
No,
He was part of a secessionist movement in
who was
Alaska.
it? Uh,
Palin's husband.
Palin, yeah. It's like first of why would you want
Todd
to?
Palin?
Yeah. First of why would you want to? I mean, if you really thought that you should not be part of that country, why would you want to be in charge of it? And two, why do you think you deserve to be? I mean, that's why the people that these Confederate sniffers, like, these are not patriotic Americans. They didn't want to be American. They actually fought and shed blood to not be Americans.
That's the thing.
Well-
by definition,
Yeah.
you're not patriotic.
I mean, let's not forget the patriot who was walking through Congress on January 6th carrying the Confederate flag.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
I mean, that image, and you know, people can like whatever scoff at it all they want. That image was so startling to me, because the Confederate flag is the flag of a different country,
Right.
and for it to be carried in victory, you know, through Congress, that's like holy shit. I mean, that flag didn't get that close during the actual war.
Right.
I still think the gallows being erected to hang the vice president of the party they're in favor of, for the president they're in favor of.
And see, this would prove to me like a lot, like when Trump was in office. I remember that, you know, and both times he was being impeached, I know people that were saying, "Oh, I don't want Trump to get impeached because Pence will be much worse." Obviously not, because when it came down to it, Trump was willing to overthrow the government, and Pence was not.
Yup.
By the fucking skin of his teeth, though. I mean, every few weeks there's a new book out or a new report out or information from the January 6th committee. I mean, Pence was seeking advice from past vice presidents. From, you know, he was really on the fence of what the fuck do I do with this, right? Because constitutionally I can't, but also I
do.
can.
I mean, obviously, because now books have been written and are out there. People knew that this stuff was going on behind the scenes and didn't say anything. That to me is like unfathomable. I mean, who the fuck are these people to know these really like earth-shattering things, history-changing things, about what's happening in the federal government, and deciding they're going to wait and see what happens so they can put out a book? Fuck you.
Well,
You're gambling on your own country's future?
well, and the absolute worst person is McCarthy, because, you know, now that we heard recordings of what he actually said, where he was literally considering the 25th Amendment and saying we got to get Trump out of here. So he knew what was going on was wrong, and yet he hides it and pretends it didn't happen. Like, dude, we fucking heard you. You know,
No, because it still polls well. Trump polls decently for it. His rallies are huge, and you know, after his second impeachment failed and he wasn't removed, you know, they had to go all in.
The impeachment didn't fail. He was impeached. He just wasn't removed.
Yes,
right.
Yeah.
But the thing is, though, is that here's a guy who knows that what Trump did was wrong, and it was he said all the right things behind closed doors. So he cares so little for the country that since he wasn't successful at removing that, he's just going to go along with the next attempt.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what the fuck is wrong with this guy?
I mean, Trump knows Trump's wrong, right? I mean, there's no way that the big lie that state after state after state had fraudulent ballots, or, you know, pick whatever fucking argument they want for this, of the election being rigged, right? Like, he got the most votes of any incumbent president ever. Yes, you did, but you know, Biden still had more votes. You know, even in 2016, he lost the popular vote, right? It's just the way the system works, of course. But this whole notion that this stuff to a mass scale was faked is just
well, especially considering in the states that they were checking the most, like Georgia and Arizona, were run by Republicans.
Exactly. I mean, Arizona's the perfect example of the Republican recounts that were done found more votes for Biden and found no fraud being committed.
Right.
Or if there is, I mean, fraud being committed, it was by Republicans.
Yeah,
It's-
generally
that's the only
speaking,
thing's
yeah.
been coming. Yeah, generally.
Yeah. Well, I mean, generally, I mean, sure, generally speaking, but also, I mean, there were literally Republicans were caught. Individuals, not as a group or as a party, but individuals who happen to all be Republican were trying to vote more than once. And trying to interfere in one way or another with just voting in general. I mean, it was always Trump supporters repeatedly, because that's the thing with the right in this country, is whatever they accuse you of is what they're guilty of.
Right. I mean,
It
this
certainly
is
seems it.
a friend of mine told me a long time ago that about what how he could spot people who are dishonest. He goes, dishonest people don't trust anybody because they project, because they're dishonest, they're fundamentally dishonest, and so because they're dishonest all the time, they expect everybody else is just as dishonest as them. And so that's why they believe that the left is perpetrating fraud, because they are. They're just not happy about the fraud from any perceived fraud from the left. That's all.
Hey, Peach, I can get used to this, I think.
What is it?
Coca-Cola with zero sugar,
Oh,
yeah.
those are delicious.
Yeah, zero sugar.
Zero-
Yeah,
0 calories.
it has that nice twangy taste of Coca-Cola Classic without the
Yeah, and it does, but it also has that also kind of a twangy, it's sugar-free taste.
Oh
It's
yeah,
just-
I don't
it isn't
find that as much,
that-
especially like compared to Diet Coke. It's night and day. Like the
Yes,
aspartame
no,
taste of Diet Coke's
I
just
can't
disgusting.
I can't drink Diet Coke.
Diet
It's just
Coke's
really
wretched.
harsh.
It is.
I don't understand, given that Diet Coke and Coke Zero are both exist. I do not understand why Diet Coke still exists, because night and day. It's night
Pepsi
and
has
day.
it too with Diet Pepsi versus I have it here, Pepsi One or Pepsi Zero. I thought it was Pepsi One. But yeah, I mean nobody buys it. It's generally the shelves are full of the Diet Coke, Diet Pepsi, and the newer ones are always sold out.
Yeah.
I think I might be able to get used to this. I think I can.
Yeah,
We
they're
got
good.
this by accident when we were out today. We picked this one up by accident. I was like, oh crap, that's the wrong one. And I tasted it and I was like, it's not as bad as Diet Coke.
No, oh,
And
no.
that kick you right in the teeth kind of harshness. But yeah, I think I can do this. I had been getting small bottles. They're smaller than this of a 0 calorie drink called Ice. It's all fruit flavors and stuff, and it's kind of harsh, but they're not bad.
Mm.
But they're expensive per bottle. It's $1 or more per bottle. I can get a 2-liter bottle of this for $1 and change.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're still mostly on sale up here for like 99 cents for 2 liters.
Nice.
Even though everything else has gone just through the fucking roof in the last year, 6 months with inflation up here. It's really disgusting.
Everywhere.
And of course,
Well, see-
supply chain issues, which I love it that, idiots that will blame Biden for this.
Yeah.
It's like, motherfucker, he's not my president.
I was about to say, it's like yeah, it's literally everywhere. Well,
Yeah.
hell, in my industry, I mean, I do automation and controls. I ordered some stuff 2 months ago, and I'm not going to see it until mid-October. Some parts.
Our gas up here diesel just went up to about 272 a liter, and regular, which is 86 octane. We have very low octane up here. 213 too. I think I'm paying a liter.
Vegas. I started watching Stranger Things. I watched like season 1. I loved it. I mean,
it's scary. That's what worries me about it.
It's. I mean, I don't know what scary. I don't know. No,
Like,
I mean,
psychological scary. Like, I live alone in the middle of nowhere, so
I don't know. You might
want
want
to watch it, but
but I mean, it's set in the 80s. Anybody who's been watched it at all knows that, right? It's set in the 80s, and it's so well done. I mean, when you're watching it, you feel like it's in the 80s. The film quality looks like it's from the 80s. It is just so it's not cheesy at all as far as like the 80s stuff. It is very, very, very authentic looking and feeling. It works. I haven't seen anyone do this well with recreating the whole 80s vibe before. It was fantastic. So I fell in love with season 1. Season 2 was okay. Season 3 I couldn't finish. So when it was the season 4 was just recently released, I was like, you know what? Let me see if I can get back into it. I watched 1.5 episodes and I said, yeah.
What show is this again?
Stranger Things on
I've
Netflix.
not. I've not seen it.
Yeah, I was like, eh. So I don't know, Vegas. I don't know. Yeah.
There's an actor named Finn Wolfhard. That sounds like that should be the character name, not the guy's real name.
Wow.
Did you guys watch Severance? Has anyone seen that on Apple TV Plus?
I don't have Apple TV.
What was it?
Severance?
Severance? No.
Excellent series. Very fast paced and mind fucky. Very original concept idea. Really
What?
recommend it.
Watching Star Trek, Strange New Worlds.
Okay, so it's like one of the newer ones, kind of like Picard or something.
It's
Spin-offs.
I mean, it's new. I mean, it's just a few weeks now, but
Okay.
it's really some of the best Star Trek that's been put out in a couple of decades. It's really good.
Yeah, we've watched the first couple of episodes, and basically, I mean, there's certain things about it I don't like, but the things that I do like about it overshadow the things I don't. And
Okay, so have you seen episode 4 yet?
only first two.
Episode 4, fantastic. I got a feeling you're gonna love it.
Cool.
It's yeah. I think you're gonna like it. It's really good. It's really heavy on strategy.
Cool. Well, that was even so far. I mean, like in the second episode, where there's a battle with the protectors of the thing.
Right.
Again, it wasn't just charge at each other and blast away. There was actually like tactics. Like,
You know,
yay!
this is like you sank my battleship. I mean, this is like strategy. This is yeah.
Nice.
It is very, very the original series type.
Nice.
Yeah, it's really good.
Well, maybe we'll watch episode 3 tomorrow so we can get to 4 soon. Because we watched several different shows. I would have watched one tonight, but basically, like I had no time. Like the food came at like 10 to 7, so I had to like inhale some food, and we didn't have time. I didn't have time to watch a long show, unfortunately. What's how long are we running for anyway? Just out of curiosity.
Tonight, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Is there a limit that's being placed on me by the goddamn podcast?
Oh, absolutely not. No, that's why I started early tonight, so it doesn't get into interfering with people's work. But if we ended right now, I would be upset, but that's fine. But if
No,
we
no, no.
ended
We're
in
not
4
ready. We're
hours,
not
I'd be fine too. So
I kind of feel like we haven't been as exciting as the goddamn podcast viewers are used to. I think we haven't been as exciting as we normally are either of those. So I don't know.
Yeah, I was kind of feeling that like we're not. Well, I haven't been amped up once.
Yeah, what's up with that?
I don't know. Well, I have to complain about somebody, and then that'll make me mad.
Well, I mean, if you want to complain about somebody, there's
There's
so.
there's so many things to complain about, quite frankly.
Well, there's that too. So yeah.
But the thing is, like, well, actually, I guess Paige had mentioned about being concerned about the upcoming election cycle, and like for so many reasons, because um, between the gerrymandering and the writing laws to literally throw votes out, which doesn't seem to have as many people upset that really should. And the fact that our side of the fence is kind of like, oh, Biden's not that great. Like, yeah, I don't care. we have to like not fall into fascism. Let's not have fascism first, and then we can fix shit.
Yeah.
Uh,
So here's what makes me crazy. I had said before that it's ridiculous when the right wing says that Democrats are destroying the country on purpose, because it's like, okay, so that doesn't make any sense because we live here too.
Mhm.
But at the same time, like there's like, I don't know if it's still going on, but it was. There's trucks at the Mexican border where they can only get like one a day through because the governor of Texas has decided that they're all going to be searched.
they
Yeah,
stopped.
exactly.
They stopped
Yeah,
doing
yeah.
that, but yeah.
They did good because
They
this is
started to backfire because of the bad publicity. You know, luckily we live in such a active. Sorry,
so. But the purpose of doing that kind of thing, though, I mean, isn't necessarily to destroy the country, but it's to make people believe that the country's being destroyed. So
Right.
that way they can point at the federal administration and say they're to blame.
Right.
And it's like, yeah, no, fuck you. That's
Yeah.
just
So
not-
so they're literally trying to break things. Well, plus the fact, here's the thing that I never got. Is like why people would vote for anybody who basically says government is the problem, who's running for office while also saying government is the problem. So
Yeah.
and this is the reason why right wing
I alone can fix it.
and this is the reason why right wing administrations have generally been a disaster for the last whenever, because they don't really believe that government can be a source of good, so they never even try. And they also they want to prove how bad government is by making it bad. So this way they can get rid of it. But it's like
Trump did this with the post office by installing somebody in there. You know, that was like a former head of private, of UPS, and just gutting the shit out of the system, mostly for political shit for the election. But
Louis DeJoy, who is still there because Biden's been having a fuck of a time getting him out.
Yeah,
which I don't see why he should have a hard time now. I'm a little annoyed that the guy is there.
Actually, it's a very intricate thing of why he can't get.
Well, I mean, there's been changes on the board of electors that handles that kind of stuff, and all of them are Biden friendly. So it's like it's time to do this.
But there's like not enough board members. Like he can't install them because DeJoy is preventing having additional members put in, and
he does have enough. He has enough. Just recently. There was a report about it saying that okay, he has what he needs. Now it's time to get rid of the guy.
Yeah, that was 2 weeks ago.
And he's still in the fucking job.
Well, I mean, they meet at a particular cycle and stuff like that, but I'm suspecting that now that he's actually got him
It's gonna happen eventually. It has to.
Yeah, it really needs to get done. But I mean, the whole postal system needs overhauled. The whole concept of it with this, new hires have to have pensions put away immediately is just bankrupting the shit out of the system.
Yeah, that was done. That was done a number of years ago. But I mean, it's
in
2000s. No other. I mean, they want the post office to operate like a business, and then they impose those kinds of rules on the post office.
That no business.
And then they complain why the post office isn't as successful as private businesses.
Exactly. Yeah, they're sending it to fail.
Well, and the other thing too, quite frankly, the post office can and should double their rates and still be way cheaper than any of the private carriers.
Well, that's true, but I think they wouldn't really need to do that though if the requirement to have the pensions for employees, didn't have to be paid in advance.
Right.
That's absolutely ridiculous to expect of any organization.
It would make up most of the shortfall, not all of it. But again, I really think that just so they build up like a rainy day fund, I think they should charge double because again, they're still a fraction of what the private carriers cost.
I also believe
to-door service.
I also believe we shouldn't give a fuck about a shortfall. I mean, the post office, the purpose of the post office isn't to make money. It's not a revenue generating organization.
But the way it's set up though is it has to be at least currently the way it's set up, it has to be self-funded.
Currently. But that's not the post office is a service. It is a service. It's what you get for living in this country.
Mm-hmm.
It's a service. It's not supposed to make money. So, I mean, yeah, should it be self-sustaining? Sure, but that's not profit. That's self-sustaining.
Right.
So, let's make that happen. Let's get rid of the stupid requirements that were there intentionally, to handicap the entire organization. Let's get rid of that. Let's let them do what they do, that they're the best in the world at
Oh,
doing.
okay. Here's the problem. Okay, I just found it out. So back in January, the board as it existed, which didn't have the new members that Biden has put on, they elected a Ramon Martinez as their chairperson, who is an ally of DeJoy. So the chairperson selects the agenda. So therefore, the person running the fucking thing is in the bag for DeJoy. So that's why it hasn't changed.
Ain't that a bit?
Now his term
Ain't that
ends. His term ends in December. So then once they have a new elections, they can elect somebody different. But see, this is the thing. This is why I get this, Raven, this, Mike. As much as I'm on the left, I get so angry at people on our side who don't know how our fucking government runs, and then they get mad because things don't happen as fast as they think they should, or as fast as they would like to happen, and then they say, "Oh, well, it's just," and they basically, "Well, the Democrats don't really want to make it better; they're just." Giving us lip service. Like, it doesn't fucking work that way. So this is why. So the guy running the chair, the board, who's the chairperson of the board, is in the tank for DeJoy, and we can't get him out until his term ends in December.
Ain't that a bitch?
Yeah.
And there's election between now and then.
Yeah, and that's going to change everything.
Right.
Okay.
So and unfortunately, though, stuff like this is what creates cynicism on the left, and then people stay home and don't vote, and then they wonder why things get even more fucked up. It's like, well, I mean, again, learn from the fucking Tea Party. The Tea Party went out there, and they got their people in, as many as they could, and they just kept pushing and pushing. And now the Tea Party basically, what was the Tea Party, basically rules the Republican Party now. And so the leftists could do the same thing in the United States if they wanted to, but they have to stop being proprietary and stop being, yeah, I didn't get everything, so I'm going to take my toys home and go. Fuck you. I always used a line from the movie Arthur that John Gielgud says to Liza Minnelli. He says, young lady, this is not a tie that you can steal. This is a tie you have to work for. And it takes a lot of effort. It's going to take fucking homegrown grassroots direct action. It's going to take homegrown, building up power bases and building up groups. It's going to be getting involved in local, state, and county elections, because, and that's the thing too, they're like, they keep voting, well, this person I'm voting for president is going to get rid of the gerrymandering. No, because
Not how it works.
Because the state legislatures and the governor's mansions in those states will control how the maps are drawn. So if you're not voting in your state elections on those years when you have state elections and county elections and all this, you ain't doing dick, because you're not going to.
I think they should just do away with all the maps. Like, if you don't have maps and you don't know where things are, then anybody can say they win, right? Am I right?
But this is the problem, though. And then they're like, well, why didn't this happen? Well, did you go and look at what the process is to make that happen? No. Well, then it's your fault. Your problem's in your mirror. And the thing is,
problem is in my mirror. I feel like that every morning.
Yeah, you and me both. But my mirror. But the thing is that, like, when because people say, well, young people don't usually vote. That's true. But the thing is, I don't have any sympathy for them, because I couldn't wait to vote. When I got 18, I voted in every fucking thing that I could possibly do, because I couldn't wait to vote. I wanted to get my voice out there, and I knew that I wasn't always going to win. Hell, the very first candidate that I ever tried to support, this is before I was old enough to vote, was John Anderson, because I didn't like Jimmy Carter, because he was a failed president, and I definitely didn't want Ronald Reagan, so I was for John Anderson. And of course, he didn't come close to winning, but I was involved. And ever since then, and it's a lot easier to be involved today, because you got the best communication device ever invented, and you have all of human knowledge ever collected in your pocket.
Yep.
Wait, this isn't for porn?
Well, it's for that too. But I mean, in addition to porn, there's also you can find out how your fucking government works functionally. Not talking about all the shenanigans and all the other crap. Just talking like how do you replace DeJoy? Okay, so you need you need the chairperson of the board of governors to be not in the tank for DeJoy, and so you have to wait for the guy who's currently in. You either have to find some legal way to get him out, and barring that, which probably not going to find that, you have to wait until his term ends. And now that we have enough people in there that are not on DeJoy's, love list, they're not his secret Santas. We can actually elect somebody who will actually vote to get rid of DeJoy, but it's going to take time.
On here,
all in here. That's like
all that stuff is in this little thing.
All of it. Well, that's like and you've heard me rant these. I don't know if the Guardian podcast has heard me rant about this, but all the people who were mad that Bernie didn't get the nod in 2016. It's like, well, did you vote in the primary? No, I didn't know how. It was on Bernie's website. I know that because I went to Bernie's website. Because when Bernie got in, I was like, oh, I'm gonna check out Bernie. Bernie seems pretty cool.
That stuff isn't on mine. All that's on mine is naked pictures of men and Madonna songs.
But that's by choice.
It's hard to do when you're a single mother or you have a few kids and you're working 2 jobs and you got nothing to do. Like there's no time for that between watching American Idol and
you're right.
all your TV shows. Nobody has the time to look this shit up.
But and that's the excuse everyone uses. But again, like in the last primary, the thing was, oh well, blah blah blah, whatever. The Democrats are mean, but Black people in North Carolina or South Carolina, went out and voted in large numbers, and no one's got more people trying to keep them from voting than Black people in South Carolina, and they made it. So they figured it out. They took the time. They're working jobs, and they have all those issues, and they figured it out. So that's why I'm like, well, if and especially in primaries, because the typical turnout in a primary is 15%. So 60 to 65% vote in a general election, 15% vote in a primary, which means any candidate or nearly any candidate, if they got all their people that actually want them to get off their asses and go to the primary and vote, has a shot. So if you didn't, then again, if you went out and voted in your primary or your caucus and you did your job, hey, well, you did what you could. But all the people who didn't, they can't complain. Oh, shenanigans! Their answer is in their mirror. They didn't get off their ass at a time when it could have mattered.
It's from looking at up here. It's like just a constant election cycle down there. As soon as elections are done, it's speculation for the midterm, the next presidential election. It's just non-fucking stop. Yeah. Don't see that on our news up here. We have like 1 month that they'll campaign for before you vote. Yeah, it's nice. You have to concentrate on this.
I want to piggyback on that thought that you have there, that our campaign cycle is never ending here in America. And I also hear from people on the right that these mass shootings all of a sudden are a thing, and gun control is all of a sudden a thing during election years. And I'm like, no, these shootings are happening all the time now. And, there might be a cyclical ebb and flow to the news coverage, but it doesn't even line up with times that we're supposed to vote anymore.
Right.
I mean, it's certainly quieter during COVID with school shootings because children weren't in an institution.
Right.
There was a nice lull.
Yeah. Think about how sad that is. So the best thing about COVID is fewer children died at school from shootings.
Exactly.
That's pretty sad statement.
Politicians that say, well, it's too soon to politicize these things after
I hate that.
A mass shooting. If they had to wait a month after each mass shooting, they would never have to talk about it at all, because it would always be too soon, because we're always having mass shootings.
Exactly. Raven was reading off this week's list of, I don't know if they qualified as mass shootings. I think it's 6 or 7 have to die for it to be a mass shooting. But
four or more victims. They don't have to die. Yeah.
Okay.
They don't have to die, but it's got to be like 4 or more victims.
Oh,
And
they
then-
don't even have to die. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
Jesus. Yeah. So that'll never happen if that's
Yeah.
what mass shooting
Well.
is.
Plus the fact that what I think is kind of hilarious about their and infuriating about them saying this shit is that typically after if there is when there's a shooting that becomes very political and people like want to do something, they always seem to have an NRA rally right after to go out there and hold their guns up and say, for my
Certainly
cold
held
dead,
true this week.
yeah, I'm like, so for my cold dead hands, and I'm like, oh, is that a request?
Yeah, and it's like, okay, don't politicize this tragedy is political inherently. I mean, it's the fact that it happened is political.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as politicizing something that's political by nature. It
Yeah.
just is what it is. There's one party in this country that has done everything they can to ensure that there are no national standards for background checks, and they do everything they can to fight any kind of gun control, and the other party does the exact opposite. So by its nature, every time there's a shooting, it is political.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's one thing. And the other thing is too soon, right? It's too soon. Oh, it's too soon. There's a shooting every day, a mass shooting every day. When is a good time? I think when kindergartners are getting killed, I think that's a damn good time to maybe start talking
It
about.
surely seemed Sandy Hook was going to be the cusp of, or the start of, some kind of talk for it.
But
you
the
know.
wrong kind of talk happened.
Yeah.
We got Alex Jones.
Well,
Yeah.
but there's another one too. This is why I'm so fed up too, and you haven't heard me complain about this. In fact, maybe you have. I don't know if you from watching Raven's Nest, but it's the both sides are the same people. No, they're bloody well fucking not.
Yeah.
No, maybe they're not different enough for some people, but you know what? There's only one party trying to take away women's rights to their control their bodies. There's only one party running cover for the NRA. There's only one party running cover for cops that commit violence against citizens. The list goes on. And only one
Only one party trying to outlaw my existence.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
Only one party trying to give big tax breaks to billionaires. This to me, anyone who tells me that that both sides are the same, then I know that I can ignore anything that they say because they have zero credibility. That they're intellectually lazy and they don't pay attention to anything.
Alex Jones and Blair White did a drunk what? No. Oh my God, no.
That's why it's important that Blair White isn't the only trans person on YouTube that we can name.
I'm prettier than Blair White, and I've had no surgery, none, zero.
What
Zero
platform is
surgery.
Alice Jones on anymore? Because YouTube booted him off. I mean, does he just have AliceJones.com or something similar?
I don't know. Oh, I have this. I have this quote up here from Paige. I wanted to address it, and I didn't because I'm an idiot. So churches are good for organizing voters. They're not supposed to be. There's a little tax law involved there. So.
But this is literally how black voters organize. Because and I remember years ago, Dusty Smith did a video that explained, saying like he didn't understand why, given what Christians did to black people in America in the name of Christianity, why any black person would be Christian and how stupid it was. But what Dusty failed to
There's
realize,
a lot of things that Dusty doesn't understand.
Well, this is true. But one of the things that I would say to him is, back in the post-slavery during the Jim Crow days, church was literally the only safe place that large groups of black people could get together and not expect to be killed. And even then, sometimes that happened too, but it happened less often in church. So if that's the only place you can organize, it's going to become the center of your community. And plus the fact that if you think about it, what does Christianity sell? The idea that this life doesn't matter, but all your suffering in this life was going to lead to the great, wonderful stuff that's going to happen in the next life.
Yeah, that's right. All of the prizes, the nice car, the daily picnics, and a puppy, all after you die.
After you die.
72 virgins.
Well, yeah, and so in fact, my sister Lillian died in 2014, and I was at the funeral, and it was a religious even though she was not a religious person, they did my siblings chose to have it at a church. So I'm listening to this pastor, and this is literally what he's talking about, like how this life doesn't matter and all our suffering and all the big things. And he literally said, don't look to make this life better.
Wow.
Just kind of put all your stock in the next life. And I was angry. And if it wasn't my sister's funeral, I really felt like, standing up and saying something like, fuck you. You're basically holding people back by telling people, not to try to, make it better here, just to put up with
Exactly.
life, because we're
Yeah.
going to have it so much better in this promised land that how you only get after you die. It was infuriating, but I understand why
When I
people
die,
follow it.
when I die, and they lay me to rest, I'm gonna go to the place that's the best.
Right. You know. And I'm like, nah, we need justice in this life. Because I could be wrong as far as I don't believe there's another life after this one. I could be wrong, but I'm not taking any chances.
No, try and have as much fun as you can here, because likely, statistically, everything points towards this is it.
Well, especially when you have all people, how many different religions there are, and no one can agree on who's in charge and what happens after you die. They all have their own little versions. There may be
Mhm.
some overlap and some similarities, but they're all really pretty different. I'm like, well, you can't all be right, but you can't all be wrong. So so it's infuriating. But yeah, so every once in a while, I'll see one of my sisters on Facebook replying to some religious thing that went up and saying, "Oh, well, speak up if you believe in God," and they say Amen. And I see my sisters, and I'm like, "Oh, geez." But they're gonna believe what they believe. They're old. They're all older than me. They're not gonna. They're in their 60s. They're not gonna change now, or late 50s, early 60s. They're not gonna change now. But
See, and it's great if you want to believe that and it brings you comfort and helps you through very tough times like that. You do you. But when you start saying it's abortion it needs to be outlawed, anybody that's LGBTQ plus needs at worst to be killed. At best, you shouldn't even be allowed in the country or a citizen. You know, got to step in here. Like I consider myself an atheist, but I do semi regularly attend a church at a Catholic church. But it's a 45-minute ceremony, on Sundays for the mass. It doesn't get political, and what you were saying, at least in the 5 years I've been going, it's not so much being pushed that fuck this life, because this is how great it is after, and worship, and go out and proselytize. It's just a nice kind of a community thing to get out and put on some nice clothes and listen to live singing. I enjoy it, especially the Christmas ones.
there was the first Reason rally. I ran into actually I was surprised. I actually ran into a few people who knew my channel. I really didn't expect that, because I mean at my peak I was like 2,000 subscribers. I really didn't think there would be anybody who knew who the hell
Me
I was.
too, but I signed autographs at the DC meetup, which was
Hmm,
pretty fucking wild.
What
that's
was it,
funny.
2015 or something that
20,
happened?
2012 was the first one. 2016
Okay.
was the second one.
Okay.
So I was talking to this one guy. He's from New York City, and he came out to his family as atheist, and he was raised Catholic, and he said that his brothers were all mad at him, and he's like, yeah, but you guys aren't really religious. And they basically told him, look, I don't care whether you believe it or not. Basically, that was a place that his brothers did a lot of business. They made a lot of business contacts in church, and so he's like, "You're gonna fuck with the family business. Don't
Mm.
just play along. You don't have to believe. Just play along." So his brothers really didn't believe either, but it was a way to be part of the community and basically make contacts.
So, okay, you've reminded me of like two different stories. So it's my show. I'm going to tell them both. Okay, so um, I forgot what I was going to say.
I reminded you
No,
of
okay, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
oh
I'm kidding. So, okay, years ago when I told my mom I did not believe in God, no joke. She said, "At least you're not an atheist." And I was like, "What?" She said, "Yeah, atheists have no morals." And I was just like, "Okay, whatever."
Yeah, that I fucking love that argument, right? Because I don't believe in a higher power to derive my morals from. Any morals I have are just laws created by man, and therefore, I'm an evil person. I can go out and rape, murder, and pillage because I don't believe in God.
So the second story is when I came out as trans. Well, I mean, my entire family lost their fucking minds.
Well, yeah, if they're losing their
They,
mind over religion, I can
they
only-
they lost their fucking minds, and I have an older brother, and word got to me through the grapevine that he had said that he wants to sit down with me and have a man-to-man conversation, and I basically sent a message back saying then there would be no men at that conversation.
Ooh, nice. Well, yeah, it's funny you say about your mom, the way your mom acted when you told her that you didn't believe in God. What's really funny is like my mom was not a religious person. Maybe when she was really young, but so like so I remember the conversation I had with my mom a few years ago. She's like, it's like, oh, but it's one thing to not believe, but to be an atheist, ooh, and it really bothered her. And it's like, but mom, do you really believe in it? She's like, then what's the problem? Why do you care? But she's gone now. And like the funny thing is when the believers accuse you, saying, well, you just don't want to believe. And here's the thing. I mean, well, there's a lot of shit in the Bible I hope wouldn't be true, but the idea that we die and then we go to some happy place where there's no pain and there's love. I would love for that to be true. Like I got my like when my grandmother died, I got I got a prayer card. She was religious, so but it's like basically Jesus hugging the dead person that's newly entered into heaven. My grandmother had a horrible life. If there is an afterlife, I hope that's what she got. I don't think that's what happened, but I hope if it's at all possible for that to have happened, I hope that happened for her. Because if anybody deserved that, she did. But
If
I
there's
just
an
don't
afterlife,
believe it.
if there's an afterlife, I hope to God that it's nothing like what the Bible says it is.
Oh God, yeah, yeah. It was pretty horrible. The whole
Pretty horrible.
you're just sitting there and then think of that. What kind of narcissistic piece of shit needs people to just sit there all day? You're great. We suck.
Praising God without end. Oh, fun. So, like Christians, they sacrifice their whole lives and they don't do things that maybe they want to do, or they don't learn things because it might interfere with their faith. Um, they live a good Christian life and believe that they're going to be rewarded in the afterlife with nonstop praising of God.
Yeah.
So basically, God is a narcissistic overlord terrorist.
Yeah, I mean, there's no payoff. There's no payoff, which is why, and that's exactly why hell is important.
Right.
Because there is no payoff, but it's better than the alternative.
Well, here's the other problem with their whole story too, is that and something I thought about. So if you think about it, they tell you that heaven's this wonderful place and this life doesn't matter. But then they also tell you, oh, but if you commit suicide, you can't get to the special place. Why? Because think about it. If they tell you that this life is terrible and don't try to make this life better, so if you're suffering and you think like your current life, what you would want to hey, well, let's check out of here and get to that really cool place. Oh no, but you can't go there if you commit suicide.
Well, I mean, what do you think? What are they afraid? They're afraid that you're going to come back and say, "Hey, you lied."
No, but see, the thing is, they can't collect dues from you if you kill yourself.
That's true.
Well, who's trying to plow the fields and pick the cotton, so on and so forth? They're all killing themselves to get to the better life. Like any kind of cult that Jonestowns themselves.
Right, because those people didn't have the prohibition against committing suicide, and they believed that being go in the afterlife would be wonderful. So yeah, why wouldn't you
Yep.
do that, right? I mean,
Yep.
Oh, Paige, Paige, angels, angels are like monsters. Like they're what angels described in the Bible, what they look like, are absolutely horrifying. They're terrifying. I mean, you're talking about a creature with like 9 different faces, right? With like 6 different wings, 8 limbs. They can see all the. It's, no, they are some of the scariest things described in the Bible. Angels are horrific. So they're not like choirs of angels that are singing the Lord's praises. No, no, you as a dead person, you're singing the Lord's praises. The angels are like overseers.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Just like because all slaves need overseers to make sure they're doing the right thing, right?
Yeah,
You're
that's
not
like,
you're not praising properly.
it's like Hitch said, right? It's just a celestial North Korea.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Well, here's the funny thing too. I think it's hilarious is that most Westerners' concept of heaven has nothing to do with what it says in the Bible. A lot of it comes from Dante's divine, the Divine Comedy, which was actually an indictment of Christianity. So people took their idea of heaven and hell something from a work of fiction that was intended to make fun of of their belief system.
Right.
And
But
yet they took it and they think it was from the Bible, but it's not.
right, right. I mean, I did that video, right? Hell is not real. And I still get comments on that. People are like, so upset. Oh, you're doing Satan's work and you're misleading people. Read the fucking book. Read the book. There was nothing false in my video. I didn't twist any words. I mean, this is exactly what it says. And this is what these words mean. Just because you have, a new American re reissued
Retcon.
yeah,
Retcon.
uh doesn't mean that what you have is what the book actually says. It's what you have.
Hmm.
I mean, like, oh, but it's in the Bible. Yeah, okay. Give me your Bible and a Sharpie, and then I can,
Hey,
write a whole new scripture for you.
hey, it works for Trump with the weather, right?
That's what I was thinking. Yeah. God,
And,
what a fucking petty man to do
and
that.
this is what gets me, the right wing thinking he was so great and smart and brave. I'm like, so fragile that he couldn't be wrong, so he had to like use a Sharpie to extend the area in a very
Because he
obvious
mentioned
way.
it once. He mentioned it once in a fucking press briefing that
Right.
it was going to hit Alabama.
Right.
Weather Service, nowhere ever said it was, or maybe did once when it was still so far out that the projection cone could have had it going there. But at the point he made the statement, the projections were getting a lot tighter.
Okay, so there's 6 people watching, and I want to throw this out there. I'm liking this look, but the hat is a little small. So if anybody would like to purchase a new hat for me, that would be kind of cute for me to wear.
I think
That
that's
would be okay.
I think that hat's really cool. I think it looks really great on you.
The hat looks good, right? I like
Yeah.
it. It's a little tight. It's just a wee bit tight, but
You got to
it's a nice hat
sacrifice
too.
for fashion. That's all.
Does it
I'm
loosen
sorry?
up with that belt? Oh, sorry.
I didn't hear.
You got to sacrifice a little for fashion.
Yeah, no. Head no.
The belt around the brim there. I don't know if it's a brim, but anyway, that belt. Can you loosen that to make it slightly
No.
larger or anything?
No.
It's kind of a one size.
Yeah,
It fits or doesn't.
yeah.
Not like the baseball
Bullseye.
cap, adjustable.
Bullhide. Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's actual hide. I don't know anything about those style of hats.
Well, I mean, it's not like it's a
Watch.
Stetson or anything.
That's cool though. Like it looks nice and thick, like and holds that shape. I like that,
Yeah.
and it is pretty from what I can see. It's not quite a small window I'm watching you guys on, but I would say it is a good look for you. Definitely.
I like it.
You pulled like not everyone can pull off a hat like that, and you can clearly pull it off.
Yeah,
So,
definitely.
Well, I mean, I am a country girl, so
yeah, but still, like I mean, you know, not everyone can wear a hat like that. Everyone can wear a baseball cap. That's
no,
pretty decent.
I can't. I actually wore a baseball cap for years on YouTube when I was, Dev Shell 2.
Mhm.
And I wore. Okay, so before I was on YouTube, and way before I had met Peach, I had this boyfriend I was with for 9 years, and at some point during our relationship, we had gone down to Puerto Rico, and I bought a baseball cap that said Puerto Rico on it, and it was a really high quality, really nice cap, and I just got used to wearing it all the time.
Mhm.
Um, and I liked it. It was a nice hat, and it reminded me of the trip. So he and I ended up splitting up, and I lost the hat after I had started my YouTube channel, and I had become known as, the hat became part of like a whole signature look. So
Sure, I do that too. So I
I
get that.
ended up wearing baseball caps for years and years and years on YouTube, and I never did like the way they looked.
Mm,
It was part of the signature. You know what I mean? It was part of the persona. It was like Dev Shell 2
yeah,
was,
yeah.
you know,
We do the
gay guy in the hat, the gay guy with boobs, in the baseball cap. So I prefer actually this. I don't know. I've had this for a few years now. I don't normally wear cowboy hats because you have to be able to pull it off, and I was never
Absolutely.
sure. Like when people look at you and you're wearing a cowboy hat, if you're not supposed to be wearing the cowboy hat, it's obvious.
Hmm. Well, even like fedoras and stuff. If you're wearing a trench coat or like a suit and tie, looks a lot better than like I wear t-shirts and hoodies, right? So I can't do that look. It clashes. So it certainly your figure and your facial structure goes well with the hat, but also what you wear. If
Yeah,
if you want my opinion.
yeah.
I,
For what it's worth.
I definitely can't carry off a cowboy hat.
yeah, I mean, I actually wore. I don't know if it was this one or do you remember the white one I had that I did for the Earl videos?
Mm.
Right, it was a white hat. I actually had gotten that from one of my subscribers, and then I gave it. I auctioned it off at one of the charity events. But anyway, I went into a gay bar wearing that, and I got all kinds of compliments about it. And everybody's just like, the secret to getting away with a cowboy hat is confidence. If
Yes,
you walk
sure.
in wearing a cowboy hat and that you look good or that's your hat, people won't even really notice so much that you're wearing it. You'll just give off like a vibe of confidence more than anything else. So it works.
George Carlin had a cool riff about that. He was making fun of the guys wearing cowboy hats who aren't actual cowboys, and he says, you never see anybody do any other mythical creatures. You never see anybody wearing where's the last time you saw a guy wearing a Viking helmet? Yeah, you know,
Sure,
uh,
because it's kind of like a work hat, so it's not like you're out wearing your hard hat or something all the time.
There was that one QAnon shaman.
Yeah.
oh
And
yeah,
it looked weird.
yeah.
Yeah, but he had like the whole makeup faced up get up going too.
Yeah, but that hat, it doesn't matter who wears that hat. They're going to look like they're they're on their way to their monthly meeting of the Nut Jobs Club.
He actually looked like the Grand
KKK
Poobah
hat.
from the Grand Poobah
Yeah,
from the lodge in from the Flintstones.
I'm not only a client, but I'm also the Grand Poobah.
That's like the best like title for anybody, Grand Poobah. Yeah.
I didn't realize he had so many tattoos. I'm just looking up some pictures of the shaman on Google here, and he's all tatted up.
What's really funny is that all the right wingers tried to say, "Oh, that wasn't really right wingers doing it; it was all like, lefties doing
Sure,
all this kind of stuff."
FBI and
And the thing is, though, is like that shaman. He was well known because he went to other events, and he's well known. And then what's funny is like, well, but all these people we arrested are like Trump people, and so
Yeah,
I'm not.
well, I mean, the claim that it wasn't right wingers and that it was, Antifa.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, I love that one.
Antifa is a real fucking thing. But like, those claims disappeared pretty quickly though.
yeah.
They were loud at first. There was a lot, but they disappeared pretty quickly, especially when it was just like, yeah, these are clearly Trump supporters.
Yeah.
So,
Well, especially when you have now like some people that are like actually we're in government, both in Congress and in like state governments and stuff like that. Like we know who these people are. You can't say that this person who like there was I forget it was in Virginia or something like Virginia state senator that was there and then he got popped. And it's like yeah, you can't tell me he's a lefty.
yeah.
So,
No,
so
the woman that was killed, right? Like she
mm,
has backstory of believing in this
Being
QAnon
an
stuff.
online nut job, yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. So Mike, Vegas wants you to like do some lefty shit. He said that you do, and then say how I'm an evil capitalist.
That's what he's here for. Is for me just like calling you a dirty capitalist person.
That's what he's hoping for. Well, he says that it's for the benefit of the audience.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
definitely.
This
People like
audience isn't ready for that sort of thing. They are ready for me to say some weird shit though. Like we're on the goddamn podcast where I'm supposed to say things like those people who are trying to sell me on going to heaven so that I can be with them. I find that most of the time they're really way overconfident in how much of an attraction being with them is. Because they're usually very boring, dumb people. And I don't want to spend eternity with them. It's the other people that I want to be with. So, like, their whole sales pitch is really hinging on something that really quite is
not
not
appealing.
there for them. You know, they're not. They're really overselling themselves with this. You know,
Well, aside from like the pain, torture, and suffering of hell, you're certainly gonna have good friends down there. Versus the Mormons.
I'd never been a sinner. I never sinned. I got a friend in Jesus.
No, see, you were born into sin. You can't say that because of Adam and Eve.
Which I always thought was like the
Original
craziest thing.
sin.
So somebody hundreds of generations before me did something bad, therefore I'm in hock. Like that's like the most immoral thing I could possibly think of, you know? You know, it's like, well, you didn't sin, but somebody else did, so you're in hock because somebody else did something bad a
Well,
long
I
time
mean,
ago.
Hitchens did the whole thing about that, about how the entire crucifixion, right? That entire dying for somebody else's sins is immoral.
Mm,
You know, I mean, to remove someone's responsibility is pretty immoral.
right.
And it's not something that we should want to see happen, or that we would want to emulate, or to celebrate. You know, I mean,
Well,
you can take responsibility, like as far as you can do somebody's prison sentence, right? You can do that for them, and save them from that, but they're still responsible for their actions. I mean,
right,
they still did it,
right.
you know. But like the crucifixion, right? The sacrifice of Christ does not that at all. It removes your responsibility.
Yeah.
Fuck
Well,
that.
that's the thing. That's why, like, the other thing too that I always thought was kind of silly. Well, and actually, what I did was one Easter, I put up one atheist Easter creed, and I said the only person responsibility for my failings is me. The only person who can redeem myself is me. The only person who can apologize for my failings is me. The only person who can make restitution for what I've done is me.
Right.
But the thing that always got to me about the whole torture and hell thing. Okay, so the devil is like against God, right? He's like not one of God's boys, supposedly.
Anymore.
Anymore, right? Anymore. But the thing is, so why if you violated God's laws in the same way that Satan did and does, right? Why would the devil torture you? Because you're one of his boys or girls. You know, you did what the devil wanted. You defied God in the same way that the devil defied God. So why would the devil torture you? I mean, the only reason that would happen is if God and the devil were in cahoots.
The devil went down to Georgia. Hey, some fat guy, were you there?
I was. That's
You know what I
what
mean?
is it.
But you know what I mean? Like in order for it sounds more like the devil's doing a job that God gave him. Like, okay, you're going to go there, and the people that I don't want, you're going to take, and you're going to stick them. You're going to set them on fire and stick them with a pitchfork forever.
Yeah, no, it's a job.
It's a
It's a
job.
job. That's again. That always was something that drove me up the wall too. The devil, Satan, Lucifer, he's not being punished. He has a job.
He's
He
an
is
employee.
gainfully employed.
He's an employee, yeah, of God Incorporated.
You know, and then there's the whole thing about just, Isaiah something. I bring the darkness and create evil. I, the Lord, do these things. It's just like, okay, I mean, there you go. Those are supposedly the words of your God. He's evil. He said so.
Yep. That is Isaiah 45:7.
I knew it was Isaiah. I couldn't remember chapter and verse.
You were right. Well, I looked it up. I wouldn't remember either, but I looked it up.
The morning star. That's Venus, isn't it?
Well, the other thing I always thought was kind of silly when people say, "Oh, God, Jesus is the son of God." Well, aren't we all God's children supposedly? What does that mean to be the son of?
Then they say he's the son of man.
Right. And what does that mean?
Which is accurate. And considering that man created God, there you go. I mean,
there you go.
But, full circle.
But the other thing I think was kind of silly about it, because if Jesus is also God, you basically what you're doing is you're anthropomorphizing this spirit and basically making it as though it were a parent giving up their offspring, like you, Raven, you have children, so they're trying to equate it as if we're like sacrificing your own children. So of course, anyone a parent would understand that and think, "Oh my God, that's such a great sacrifice." But
yeah,
it's not, because he's sacrificing himself to himself.
Right. But he had to rape his other self's mother in order for her to give birth to him. So he could then later on just go ahead and kill himself.
Now,
just like slavery.
Does it say in the Bible that she was unwilling, or are we just calling this like statutory rape because
she was a child,
1 billion years old, and
she was a child.
10?
She was 12,
she's 12, maybe 16 at most. But also, she was a child, and how can you talk about power imbalance? Holy shit! We're not talking like we're not talking teacher student here. We're talking child, the creator of everything.
I mean, when Bill Clinton leaked his biomaterial all over Monica Lewinsky, that was people say, hey, that's rape because there's a power dynamic there. And while that's accurate, that's nothing compared to the power dynamic with God.
Right. Well, there was a Mitchell and Webb again had this great sketch where they were making fun of the whole Binding of Isaac story.
Mm-hmm.
So God's talking to Isaac and it's like, I have this new idea, human sacrifice, and Abraham's just like, that's great, you're wonderful, that's an awesome idea, Lord. And he's like, I was thinking you should kill, murder your son, sacrifice your son. Oh, great idea, and then he's all ready to do it, and then the kid's like, yay, I'm getting sacrificed to God, and then God's like, you sure this is a good idea? He's like, well, how would I know? You're God, And he says, it was a test.
Yeah.
He's having second thoughts about the guy, killing his own son. And like, it's a great sketch.
Paige, there are actually some animals that's one way that they reproduce is parthenogenesis. I mean, it's not just, so there are some animals that is one of the ways that they reproduce. Like there are some species where if they're in a situation where there's a shortage of mates, they are actually capable of virgin births. So.
Right.
I nominate Raven.
For a virgin birth?
Well, no, but the first trans male birth or trans female from male birth, like I want you to have a baby.
I'm too old.
With your belly.
I'm too old. I do have the belly for it though. but I'm too old.
And no uterus. You have insufficient numbers of uteruses
Insufficient number. This is true.
of having
Yeah.
that little problem of having 0 uteruses.
I'm not much down with the idea of that pain of childbirth. I've
And then there's
broken many bones, and that was bad enough. But shitting
I
out
mean-
a kid's just
I passed the kidney stone, so I mean, I think I can
Mm.
say that I've gotten pretty damn close to childbirth.
yeah. I think that's
That's
like
as
one of
close as I
the
want to get.
things on the list.
Vegas parthenogenesis.
I just said it before. Yeah.
I
That-
know
Parthenogenesis.
aren't crying.
What?
Your kids aren't crying anymore. Did you put them to bed?
He sacrificed them.
Oh God,
Uh,
it is usually a bad thing when it's too quiet.
they've been put to bed, or they're too quiet. You need to go check on them.
No, it's almost 10 o'clock at night here. They went to bed. They're asleep.
Oh wow, it is too.
They were crying like you had the snap from Thanos on like a loop on the TV.
It was wild. I mean, they were just like, it was a rough day for Kai. So he has a cold, and we went out, and all he did was cry. It was rough.
Oh,
It was rough.
it's probably
I
exhausted.
felt, he got to end up getting a little bit of a sunburn, and he was
Mhm.
crying a lot on the way home every time the sun came in the window. So I'm thinking that it was hurting the sunburn, and I mean, there's only
makes
so much you
sense.
can do about it in a moving car. Yeah, I mean, it sucks, but
Sunshades.
So,
Or
so
are you allowed tinted windows or anything?
yeah, but you can't do that while you're driving. That's
No,
what I'm
no, but
saying.
future.
So we can get like the shades and stuff, and and that way in the future it's not so bad. But that doesn't help us in the here and now, and the here and now was rough.
Mhm.
so to Mike's point, I wish I could have the Infinity Stones and the Infinity Gauntlet for like a half an hour.
Fatherless mice is a real problem. What ends up happening is the mice end up being delinquents.
Well, which reminds me, you two have heard this, but some fat guy hasn't. So last year I was in Texas, and this guy I know who's a right winger, and he wanted to, because I'm one of the good ones, he wanted to ask me why black people don't vote Republican anymore the way we used to. And the first thing out of his mouth was that, well, the reason why people don't hire black guys is because they came from a single family house, and so that means they have a problem with authority, so they're unruly and all this. I'm like, can you hear the words coming out of your mouth? Why would we vote for anybody who believes that?
They vote for Trump. A family values man, right? Of how many wives? Imaginably, he's paid for abortions.
Family
You have to
value,
imagine he would have.
Yeah, the only family he really valued was his daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which is
that
creepy.
stuff is creepy as fuck. Like,
So
I don't see the value in saying what he says with her.
yeah, I mean, it's crazy. So I mean, I said to him, I said, well, you're confused. You're conflating growing up, being born to a mother that's not married, and a single parent home. They're not the same thing. And even if the father doesn't live in the house, it doesn't mean the father's not in the picture.
Exactly.
You're making a lot of assumptions. And hell, I grew up with my grandparents, so I had two parents, and I have a rabid hatred of authority. So, so there goes your whole theory that growing up with two parental units means you're going to be, and why should we be kowtowing to authority? Or respect has to be earned, not given.
Right. And the fatherless mice that Paige had brought up, I am positive, I'm sure of it, they deal with the same kind of arguments and issues. The culture of poverty argument from the 1980s first used to justify inequality. I don't know if it was used to justify inequality and poverty. I think it was used to explain it. And it's not like there's no merit at all to it. I mean, if you have children in a single parent home where they can barely afford to put food on the table, they're going to have some issues.
Right.
That's just the way it is.
I got to love the way nature describes it, though. I just looked it up. it's very in a very MRA kind of wording. Now Japanese science have written men out of the reproduction rule book and created fatherless mice. Like, really? That's where you want it to go? The team
Fatherless mice. Fatherless mice.
the team made the animals by combining the nucleus of one female's egg with that of another, essentially creating a mouse with two mothers. And apparently fatherless mice live longer.
That's interesting.
So much of this idea that men are the stronger sex. Haha.
Once again, testosterone is poison. Just saying.
Well, that's a good thing because mine apparently is like next to non-existent. I don't know if it's a good thing or bad thing. I'm awaiting to see a specialist up here. Of course, socialized medicine is quite a wait list with certain things.
On certain things. I mean,
On certain things. Oh yeah, like when I broke my body on ship, I had emergency surgeries, no problem. But when I was waiting for getting neutered, took like 18 months or so for that wait.
Are you allowed to go outside of the socialized medical system and actually pay for medical care?
Absolutely. So like I needed MRIs and stuff done, and workers' comp paid for a private magnet for that. There's not so many outside of like plastic surgeons here. Perhaps in like larger cities there might be like walk-in clinics you could pay for.
So
there's really no need.
The place I would look for male testosterone replacement therapy is find the doctor that treats the entire high school football team for their physicals, because that sports medicine doctor on the side will probably see you on the cheap and give you coupons for the best place to go get your testosterone.
Well, here's the other thing too, though, because I think about obviously there's a lot of Americans that say, "Oh, well, we talk about the waits." You know what? You know how long the wait is for those procedures if you don't have insurance in America? Infinite, forever.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
Well, that's the thing, I mean, people, they say that shit all the time, and it drives me crazy because it's just like, look, if you're looking to have your left arm removed and swapped with your right, you're gonna have to wait because there's people who need real help, right? In the U.S., there are people who die in the emergency room waiting room, waiting to be seen, and they die.
Right.
It's just like, yeah, that happens in third world countries.
Well, like I said yesterday, my friend Adam, he got pneumonia. He had insurance, but he had like a really ridiculously high hospitalization deductible, like somewhere between $3,000 and $5,000. He was already in debt, couldn't afford to take on that kind of debt. He went to finally see a doctor who gave him some shitty oral antibiotic, which was nowhere near strong enough to help him. And 3 days later, he choked to death on his own blood. So,
wow.
And that's the guy with a job with insurance. And
yeah, I got pneumonia like after fourth of a surgery on my back, just because I wasn't feeling good when I went for the surgery and blah blah blah. End up with pneumonia. Was in hospital for like 4 nights, no bill, right? No bill. And not only do I have a drug plan to pay for the drugs after, they just overwrote the prescription for while I was in the hospital. So the extra whatever the fuck they were giving me, all the leftover I got to take home, including like the puffers and everything. But there's zero bill for this. It's funny how a system can function very well when everybody just pays a little bit into it.
Yeah, my a few years back, I was in the hospital for a weekend, and my wife was in the hospital a few months later for a weekend. And now we have very good insurance because my wife worked in pharma. But so the bill that we paid, what we are with our deductible, we each paid like $1,200 for our visit.
Mm-hmm.
But the bill for each of those visits, $25,000.
Wow.
So 50,000 over. So it was like almost $51,000 for between the two of us.
That's
But
what you had to pay?
No, that was what the bill was. We have
Okay.
really good insurance, so we
Okay.
paid
Okay.
what we paid combined came out to about $2,500,
That's
which
still
we could afford to pay. But think about anybody who didn't have insurance or couldn't even afford the $2,500.
the average family can't afford that. You
Exactly,
know,
fifty
that
thousand dollars is wrecking
even
you.
what you had to pay, they can't afford that.
That's
You
right.
know,
They're wrecked.
average savings like $500-600 in the states.
Right. So they're wrecked forever because they're
Hmm.
never going to dig out of that debt. And so that's inhumane in a country that loves to brag that we're the richest country that ever existed.
So I guess apparently gallbladder issues and gallstones are a genetic thing. At least this on my side of the family. So my when my father was roughly my age, man, he suffered for years from having the gallstones with the pain and the constant issues that came from that. And his gallbladder finally ruptured on Christmas Eve in like 1996. We didn't have insurance because my parents were self-employed.
Mm.
And the one thing that I always remember is it was $2,500 a night for him to stay in hospital. Right? I don't recall like all the bills and whatnot. Last spring, I had to have my gallbladder removed because same thing, had gallstones. It took about 8 months from initial visit with family doctor to get an ultrasound, and then meet with the surgeon twice to get on his schedule. Um, and then meet with family doctor after one night in the hospital, and no copays.
Mm.
No copays, no having to pay for like the hospital for the overnight. And again, they loaded me up with any kind of medicine I needed to take home, so there's no charge, and I have a drug plan.
My a friend of my wife, her husband had cancer and spent 2 months in the hospital, and the bill was $2.4 million.
Jeez.
And even with their hospitalization, because they had a very good plan, but there's still limits. So they still end up having to pay tens of thousands of dollars. And again, the only reason why they could afford to pay it is because he had a good job and she worked in pharma. They both made big money, so they were able to pay the bill that they got. He ended up dying a few months after anyway. But basically for most people though, you're just dead. I worked for that
Hmm.
Canadian company. At one point, what they were doing is we had a health plan, and at one point they decided they didn't want to keep dealing with all the regulatory stuff, so they were just going to reimburse us 80% of whatever the healthcare cost was. So I went around looking for we went around looking for plans, and the thing is that you can't get as an individual plan, you can't get anything even close to what you can get as part of a group plan. And
Exactly.
so I told my boss, so one day we had to go into Manhattan for a meeting, and with all the traffic, it was like 2 hours each way because we were going during heavy times. And so I told my boss, I said, hey, look, I convinced them not to do it because the cheapest plan I could find that was even remotely similar, they actually would have been paying more money by reimbursing us. So then they changed their mind. But I told to tell him, I said, Don, if we hadn't done this, I was gonna have to quit because I take prescriptions that I'm gonna have to take forever, and they're pricey. And if I had no prescription coverage, I can't work here. And he was shocked, and where he's talking, he goes, "Well, he goes, hell, Joe, what do people do who don't have insurance?" I go, "They die,
Die.
Don. They die." And he was just
Hmm.
like, he was aghast, like how in America, and he was a very big, pro-American booster. Is one of those. There are some Canadians that really love America, and he was just like he couldn't. I mean, he almost passed out. He was shocked that could happen in this country, and I'm like,
I
God,
have such similar experience with anyone I have a conversation about it up here.
yeah,
They never could comprehend or never knew like people just die.
yeah, they just die.
You know, at best you lose your house and you're in debt. Most of the time you just die.
Well, that's why I laugh about the whole death panels things when Obama was talking about the public option,
Absolutely.
because
Yeah,
I'm like, we have them now. Insurance companies
absolutely.
already deny people coverage. Hell,
Yep.
I had to get a cardiac catheterization because I had an incident where I started to black out, my blood pressure bottomed, and then they thought there was some sort of congenital malformation in my heart, so they wanted to cut me open, and I'm like, well, you
Mhm.
better make sure that that's what you need to do before you start, cutting me. And so they sent me for cardiac cath, and I got it pre-approved from the insurance company, and then when the cardiologist submitted the bill, they rejected it.
Wow. Wow. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the whole idea with a capitalist system is that insurance company is out to make money
Right.
and not to pay for anything.
Right. It's
You know,
not in their interest to actually pay the premiums.
we,
Now, eventually, the doctor resubmitted it and eventually
Mhm.
got accepted. But they do this. In fact, it's in some companies they do it out of course. They reject like 80% of initial claims because a lot of people don't know that they can resubmit, and they just go ahead and pay it.
Sure. Yeah, I have the same thing going on right now because my basement flooded. So my homeowner's insurance looked for every little excuse to deny the claim, even though it's a legit claim and I have the coverage for it.
Right.
But it's the same thing down there. And then home insurance and medical insurance do not need to function the exact same way.
No.
It doesn't need to be for fucking profit.
Right.
Right. The salaries are obscene that doctors are making. They can live very comfortably on, a reasonable wage, like in the rest of the industrialized world, and just scrap what you have and make it all public.
Well, plus the other part of the problem is, like I was saying last night, the insurance companies add on average 20%, and some of them it's up to 40%. So that's beyond the cost of delivering the payments. So just say, over $10,000 bill, just say it costs them $1,000 to process. Well, then they add another 20 to 40%. So that means that $10,000 bill, instead of costing $11,000 to deliver the payment, costs somewhere between $13,000 and $15,000 to make that, because they have shareholders. But if you have public funding, the shareholders is us. Why would we mark ourselves up? That would be
exactly stupid. And you have that group ability to negotiate for prices,
right,
and to set limits on it. It's just, the rest of the world can't be wrong in your system, right? Because look who's just dropping dead from basic shit because you can't afford any kind of healthcare.
Yeah, we have bad outcomes.
The Tea Party tidal wave, back when Obama was first elected, the Tea Party tidal wave in this country, a lot of people were like talking about healthcare because Obama had said that he was going to make healthcare like one of his top priorities.
Mm-hmm. And he had mentioned like public option
right
a few times a year accidentally.
And I mean, but people lost their fucking minds. People
Absolutely.
on the right lost their fucking minds, and they were just like, there's like videos of people throwing dollar bills at people in wheelchairs, protests, and it's just like it's unbelievable. And they would say things like, "Why should I pay, for other people's health care?" And it's like, do you have insurance? It's like, yeah, it's like, do you have insurance? Because if you do, you're already doing that. That's exactly how insurance works.
Right. Everybody pays in and it gets
money together. So everybody pays for everybody's health care.
Like my taxes are high. It's 15% sales tax up here. When I was working on ship, I was paying 39% income tax, all said and done with,
but that's not attached. That's not a higher than here.
Right.
Not that much higher, but on the stream we did a few months ago, I looked up, entered all the information for where I lived in Georgia, in Atlanta, on one of the public, not necessarily public, what is it? Like portals for insurance, right? Give you rough quotes from many different insurance companies. And for the most basic shit that was like $10,000 deductible and shit for coverage was $1,200 fucking dollars a month. $1,200 a month. And it's like, Jesus, if I was like, I worked at Walmart or didn't have, I was working in a service career and didn't have the education I have, that's what you're making for your entire month. How are you affording this?
Well, up until recently, I had four employees on my employee healthcare plan, and that was $33,680 for 4 people. And that's a group plan, which is cheaper, better than anything you're going to get individual.
Wait, for monthly?
Monthly.
Wow, that's amazing. It's just mind blowing. Because, like Raven said, my taxes aren't that much higher than what you're paying down there. We're just not blowing it all into military. Right. Our military budget is $25,000 a year.
Well, like between what people pay for their insurance through their job and what people pay in taxes for stuff that goes to medical stuff like Medicare and Medicaid.
Mhm.
Between all of that, I mean, Americans pay more for healthcare than anyone else in the world, and
Oh, hands down.
we don't get the we don't get better results.
Right.
No, you
So
don't.
we
No.
pay more for worse results.
Yeah, the argument, well, why do people come to the States to get medical stuff done if it's such a bad system? But that's people that have the means to travel there for the
And have,
money.
and have a lot of money.
Exactly,
Right,
because
and it's
it doesn't really exist up here. But yeah, if I had the money to go down there,
and it's elective, which is why you have to wait for up there to begin with, because it's an elective, because you don't. This isn't something you need. It's something.
it's triaged. So like a vasectomy, I'm not going to die by not getting that, right? I'm on a list. 18 months is not that bad of a wait.
Well, the other thing too. I mean, I made. And Mike and Raven have heard this several times before, but I actually came up with a right wing justification for universal health care. I'm a small business owner. I'm not required by law to have health care. However, if I don't, I'm not going to get good employees because they're going to go someplace with better benefits than mine, right?
Mhm.
So as a practical matter, I have to carry it. So, but because I'm smaller than my larger competitors, they get better rates because they have more employees, and of course, the rates are dependent on the number of people in your group. Because of course, because you're spreading the risk pool out, right? The more people paying into the system, the cheaper it is for each individual because you're cutting the risk to the insurance company.
Yep.
So I'm at a competitive disadvantage on something that has nothing to do with my business. I'm not in healthcare. I'm in automation and control systems. There's nothing to do with my business. I'm an engineer. And then because I do offer healthcare, there's a whole bunch of regulatory shit that I have to comply with.
Yeah, it's
And if
costing a fortune.
it
Just
costs me money,
the red tape of it.
and if I do it wrong, I could get sued out of existence or fined out of existence. So if I fuck it up, and then and that means I have to devote staff time to making sure that we don't break the rules. That costs me money. That again has nothing to do with my business.
Exactly.
I would rather just pay a tax bill to pay for so we all have insurance. We're all covered.
So much simpler.
And then all I have to compete with my competitors with is work environments and the type of work we're doing and pay, and that's it. And not have
also looking at it from the employee's perspective of you're not stuck with this one job you might fucking hate so badly because you have to stay there for that coverage.
Right.
You can't move out.
How many people? How many good employees are there that I can't even access because I can't give as good of a package as somebody with a lot more employees than me? So that puts me at a competitive disadvantage. So if you want to free up small businesses, you want a universal healthcare system, because again, I just pay a bill. I don't have any regulatory things to manage, and then I don't interfere, and then I don't become a barrier to my employees' healthcare. Why should I be in the way? I don't know dick about healthcare. I'm a fucking engineer. Why am I involved? I don't want to be involved. Give me a bill. Let me pay a bill and then get me the fuck out of it.
Well, it's not even a bill. It's your taxes.
Well, taxes, right?
It's just all grouped in. I guess, but like you don't need outside of like an accountant to handle it, or you could do it yourself. Most taxes are relatively straightforward if you have some kind of educational background.
I pay my taxes, and so my taxes will be higher, but I won't have that monthly outlay. It's just built into my taxes, and then I don't have to worry about it.
Oh, you're paying so much less, just like you said, with the overhead of having to have the system in place to handle something that you are not trained in.
Yeah.
And then the fees for it.
So to me, that's a very libertarian view of things. This way to get me out of it and let this way now it's just between my employees and their doctor and whatever coverage is available for citizens.
Exactly. Yeah, you don't have like Hobby Lobby saying, well, we're not, you can have insurance through us, but it doesn't cover birth control.
Right.
What the fuck is this? My employer is telling me the medication I can't take, and that I can or can't have a family. Like, what the fuck did this system devolve into that people are okay with this?
Well, this is the same reason why, I've got I always forget if we have 11 or 12 paid holidays, but how many it is, half of them are fixed because basically there's certain days it's just not practical, like New Year's Day, everyone's closed. It's Christmas Day, everyone's closed. But the rest of them, I leave us floating and let the employees decide. I don't. It's not for me to decide what is important to you. Maybe you're religious. You want to take religious days. Maybe you're a communist and you want to take May Day off. I don't give a fuck. Take what you take whatever days matter to you, and keep me out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you
Starting
think May Day is a communist holiday?
Oh, well, it's not only that, but communists also celebrate May Day as a communist holiday. At least they did.
Star Wars Day.
I hope Vegas is watching, because this is the beginning of that bloodbath he was looking for. May Day is for workers. We're all in this plight together.
Right,
Joe.
but that's why communists
hell?
liked it. That's why communists liked it, because it's a workers' day, right? I'm not saying only
Yeah.
communists liked it, but I'm just saying communists did.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that whole what you just said, right? This is a workers' thing. We are all in this together. Isn't that a communist idea right there?
So I want to address what Vegas has said. So Vegas, most people on the political left do not want to eliminate guns. What they want is, well, okay, you do.
Sorry.
But the thing, but most of us want, and that's the thing, because they always say, guns don't kill people, people kill people, right? So I want to regulate how people get access to guns, and that doesn't mean nobody gets a gun, but it also means that we actually have good background checks. We have those things that we know are red flags that are statistically more likely to make somebody use a gun in a criminal way. And that's what the right wing always tells us, right? It's mental illness. It's people that are violently mentally ill. Okay, well, then stop voting for the bills that would actually find those people and prevent them from getting guns.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, by allowing mental health services that people can actually afford. Because, a lot of psychiatric practices are in positions like you were just saying there, of having to go through all the red tape to be able to bill for private insurance.
Right.
It's a fucking runaround for them. Just everything about the system's just failure after failure, just doesn't work.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Think about it, like, and even beyond simply, and again, the gun people try to ignore all the 20,000 plus people that commit suicide. Well, they count too. They matter. Well, again, if more people had easy access to mental health services, probably a lot fewer people would kill themselves.
They especially matter when they show up on our mass shooting lists as familicides.
Right.
Well, I'm sure there's data out there to show other industrialized nations that have lower suicide rates, where they have easier access to mental health services.
Did you see? It was a few years ago. There was one right wing preacher that went to Scandinavian countries, and he was shocked, one, to find out that they're largely atheists, and two, how much happier they are, and how much better their economy, and the problem for America, our per capita income is higher than just about everywhere, but see, that's misleading, because if there's 10 people making $20,000 and there's somebody making $1 billion, it kind of throws off the averages, right?
Exactly.
So what matters is median income, because that's like when you line everybody up, in a stack and figure out where's the person that's halfway in the middle, as you stack us, it doesn't look so good anymore. And
I don't know. I'm worried about Joe now. He's talking about stacks of people.
So, but then the Scandinavian countries start looking a lot better. And he was just astounded, like, wait, how do you achieve all this without God? Well, that's actually part of why we achieve all this.
Yeah.
Because we're
Redneck atheist. Hello, how are you? Welcome to the goddamn Raven's Nest.
Yes.
Yes, and that's definitely true. Better getting rid of the stigma of seeking out mental health services, because the number of people, I forget what the statistic, but the percentage of people that at least consider suicide in their life is very high. So you would think we would all understand, because if anyone who stared into that abyss, that you have some compassion for other people, but we don't. We piss on people that are thinking it. have had that thought, and they're like, well, didn't you have that thought at one time? If you did, why are you pissing on that other person? You should understand. You should have empathy for it.
Well, yeah, like what's the amount of people taking an SSRI is like shockingly high. The number of people taking antidepressants.
Legislation that allows anyone to be the arbiter of who can and cannot get guns. So I don't understand that. So is your argument basically that it's better than to do nothing, and we keep losing 10-year-olds to bullets? I mean, is
Well,
that
and it's a bullshit argument because the right wing is the one telling us that it's mental health is the problem for these shootings, right? So if mental health is the problem, then we have to address mental health, and that means some mental health professionals are going to say, "Hey, this person shows all the signs of someone who's likely to go off and pop off and kill somebody or themselves or both."
right?
Yep.
So
Yeah,
you
just
can't.
going-
Yeah, you
Just
can't.
be a therapist isn't like waving a magic wand. It's just like, okay, so now this person who is dangerous sat down with a therapist one day, and now he's good. Give him
And
a gun.
actually,
Yeah,
and
certainly not the
it
way.
doesn't allow just anybody to be the arbiter. It allows mental health professionals to be the arbiter, and law enforcement professionals. Based on we know that if you're somebody who's committed acts of domestic violence, you're way more likely to use your gun to hurt somebody else. I mean,
Right. I mean,
substantially,
there's
ridiculously higher.
there's an entire category of crime. It's called violent crime. So if you're somebody who commits violent crimes, maybe you shouldn't be allowed to have a gun.
If we can take away people's right to vote because of that, we sure as fuck can say they can't
Yeah.
have a
And
gun.
My
Yeah,
understanding with
that
domestic
can vote.
violence up here is if even if you're not gone through court, found guilty or not, once that charge is laid against you, you have to surrender all your guns, knives, weapons that you have. That's just like an automatic thing. And of course, it gets a lot of people get pulled into this dragnet because people lie, right? Women lie, men lie on this for whatever reason, with child custody especially. But it definitely helps if in the cases that there are actual domestic abuse happening, to remove these weapons, because it makes it too easy to escalate.
Well, also they don't just they might take him initially on somebody's word, but they don't. That's not the end of the thing. There's a process then to say,
Exactly,
okay,
there is.
is there's more to it? But that's the thing that I find so dishonest about the right wing. They pretend like it's totally arbitrary and there's no recourse and you have no due process, and that's horseshit.
Yeah, I mean that is this, like you said, for voting, right?
Right,
Once
exactly.
certain crimes, you can't vote the rest of your life.
Right. Which, by the way, was actually initially instituted to keep black people from voting. So basically, you criminalize everything, but you only enforce it against people you don't like, people,
Exactly.
black and brown people, and then make them felons, and then now they can't vote. So it was a way to disenfranchise lots of people.
Mhm.
But the right wing is perfectly fine with that. So
We've gone beyond that in my state. We're like even better at being evil. Hear me out. We make people felons. We put them in prison, right? And then we count them as part of the county census in the prison that is in the boonies, way out where there's only like Republican voters. So those voters get more representation as far as their population is counted for the census.
Yeah.
And then those felons are not allowed to vote within the prison. So it's only Republican voters, but they get more representatives in our state because of it.
right.
So we're not only like taking away their right to vote, we're actually counting them in a census in a community that they're not from to beef up the numbers of Republicans' population in their county.
Of representatives that'll do everything they can to keep them there.
Right.
Yeah. Evil. I'm breaking Joe's heart right now. This is what Vegas was tuning in for.
Okay, wait. So my point is, you can gain more favor to simply provide mental health services on the grounds of maintaining current means to firearms and not imposing new restrictions. Wait, well, I don't understand. Like, isn't the goal is to stop killing children?
Well,
I mean,
the thing is, it would be a new restriction because we don't have laws that say, well, if you have, certain mental, if you have violent mental illness, that your guns go away. So that would have to be a new law. So no. And again, I'm still calling bullshit because again, the argument from, maybe not from you personally, but the argument from the right wing is that the problem with people shooting is that they're all mentally ill. And so then no, if that's their argument, I'm gonna hold them to their own fucking argument. Either that or expose it for the bullshit that it is.
yeah, I just don't see how this even matters. I don't see how it matters.
And the fact that when there have been bills and the Democrats did put forward bills like that, the Republicans voted against it. So clearly they know it's bullshit too. See, they'd rather have the wedge issue. That's why a lot of Republicans are actually panicking over the upcoming ruling on abortion. They didn't really care about, getting rid of abortion. They cared about having the issue to get their angry voters out there. But see, once they lose
Yeah.
that,
That's a problem. If they no longer have the culture war to run on,
they had nothing.
they got nothing to run on.
Right. So then all those people that were one issue voters that were voting just to get abortion to be illegal or less legal or whatever, well, in the states where that happened, they have no reason to do anything anymore. They don't care anymore. They got what they wanted. Well, that's the thing. Like Paige said, every country has people with mental illness, and only the United States has the over-the-top ridiculous homicide rates and gun murder rates.
Right.
So,
well, like I had posted on Facebook yesterday or the day before, I talked about it last night when we were broadcasting. It isn't a mental health issue. It's part of the issue is mental health, but the issue overall isn't mental health.
well,
It's not a gun culture issue.
right.
Right.
And-
But part of the problem is the gun culture.
Right. And quite frankly, again, I guess I would say to Vegas, yes, I actually would like to put up some bills that do nothing but mental illness because I want to call their bluff. Let's put those up, all the things, and don't even mention guns in them at all. Just have bills that are going to expand mental health coverage and watch all the Republicans vote against it. And then then that argument is gone forever because it's clear that they don't want to do anything. They don't really want to do anything about mental health. It's a smokescreen, and that will expose it to anybody else who still doesn't realize it's a smokescreen.
That mental health stuff that you're talking about, it also borders on, this idea of universal health care. If we're going to be handing out all this free mental health, I have a really hard time as an addiction counselor convincing people that addictions are a mental health disorder and that mental health is a medical problem. But like, if we're going to be, giving out all this free mental health care, then, it's going to look a lot more like universal health care. It's like how they all started like clamming up about these free COVID shots, looks too much like universal health care to have all these free shots being passed around. I don't want one. Ugh. Free health care.
Right. Well, again, Vegas, we did that. The Democrats did vote for that bill, and the Republicans didn't. So again, you're saying that, oh well, they'll go along. They didn't. They had the opportunity to go along with that, and they didn't. The 107th Congress. So, and there's actually one now. The Mental Health Justice Act of 2021. It is Senate Bill 870, House Bill HR 1368. And let me see here. So there was 127 co-sponsors. One Republican Right, mental health. This is the Mental Health Justice Act. It's not a gun. It's not a gun bill. It's mental health bill. One Republican co-sponsor, 126 Democrats co-sponsors. So they did that. So they did exactly what you're saying. They did
Didn't
precisely what you said. Put up a bill that's about helping mental health because maybe it'll cut down on gun violence.
but
Doesn't ban a gun. Doesn't ban a
but
bullet. Doesn't ban anything. And they didn't vote for it. The Republicans didn't vote for it.
but
So
didn't they
you're
just
wrong.
didn't like Governor Abbott just like basically rape mental health care like
Yes.
2 months ago in Texas?
Yes.
So yeah, they don't care about mental health.
Right. And the Democrats literally put up the exact type of bill that Vegas is asking for, saying that would get support from the right. It didn't. It didn't. So if you go and look up the text of HR 1368 or Senate Bill 870, you will see what was in those two bills. The Senate bill was called Improving Access to Mental Health Act of 2021. They never got to Committee for Reconciliation because they can't get anything through the fucking Senate because Republicans filibuster it.
That's the problem. Like, Biden is absolute trash, in my opinion.
Why?
Lesser the evil. Lesser the evil. Well,
Why is he
because okay, so to explain, I guess my point on that is he's capable of doing executive orders to try to do something, anything to improve the system.
No, not as much as you think he can. He can't pass laws with executive orders. It needs to
I
come from
understand that.
Congress.
Yes.
And so basically these bills that languish in the Senate, he has zero power to do anything about that.
No, and then I would also just back up, like, from a PR standpoint, he's not good at selling. This is the solution. Here's what we should try. Let's do this.
Yeah,
Your
Joe
labor
Biden has always had issues public speaking. Always. Always, 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 always.
But have a speechwriter write a speech.
but that's
and
not,
get it out, say
that's
it.
not the problem. The problem with you're laboring under the misapprehension that the other side is bargaining in good faith. They are not.
Oh, I know that. Yeah, that's why that was the rest of. I just wanted, I guess, put out there first. Like, I have very little love for Biden, but the right
a lot
has
of people
made
don't.
him a complete lame duck. Right? He can't get anything passed through legislation outside of the executive orders. They're just it's being stopped, which is ridiculous. They have majority.
Right, but that's not his fault. That's because the Republicans are out going out of
Oh,
their
I'm
way.
not trying to say it's
Make sure.
his fault. I guess what I'm saying
Well, then
is,
how does it make him trash then?
it's
Like if I went into a boxing ring and someone's handcuffed my hands behind me and I'm not doing that well. You're like, Joe is a shitty fighter. Well, yeah, if I have both my hands handcuffed behind my back, sure. I mean,
I'm not
that's
doing
not a
a good
fair.
job of
That's
explaining
not a
it.
fair. That's not. But yeah, but it's not like he's going to negotiate his way to something better. It's just
No,
not
and
gonna happen.
I don't fault him for that. I'm saying, like, the shit's being the hatred towards him is for a lot of stuff that he's not able to do either way.
Right, but the thing is that, but the Republicans don't have any particular hatred for him. He's a Democrat.
Yes,
He's a Democrat, and they're not going to let a Democrat achieve anything. It's literally this is part of. If you remember when Obama got elected the first time, Mitch McConnell said it was his goal
one term,
make him a one-term president.
Yes.
Had nothing to do with policy. Obama on multiple occasions, the bills that they introduced into the House, so that he had his proxies introduced in the House, actually gave the Republicans everything they asked for and more, and they still voted against it. You cannot
that
hold
was
somebody
a big
accountable.
flaw of Obama is to think they're going to negotiate in good faith, or
Right.
Let's give them this. We're going to give us this. That he really
yes and
fucking dropped the ball on that.
Yes and no, because before Obama was elected, there was a lot more of a functional government. So, yeah, he went into office and he's just like, okay, so where we don't agree, we can have a discussion. And where we agree, we can get things done. And that was basically something he said all the time. Well, after about a year in office, he realized it doesn't matter if we agree or not, because if I say it, they're not going to agree.
Right. He literally
and that's where he could have stopped negotiating.
Right. He literally said, they said X. He said, okay, I'll give you X plus 1. I'm really going to give you what you want. And they
They'd make
still
the
said no,
goalposts.
which tells me it had nothing to do with the policy
Sure.
and everything to do with the politics. And so this is the thing. So, we don't live in a dictatorship. And so, it sucks that we're bound like this, but this is where we're at. And so saying the person who isn't a dictator wasn't dictatory enough, well, that's not their good that they're not a dictator. So, but again, this is gonna. I just want to reach back to Vegas real quick, though. Yeah, you think it's a good idea? Yes, it was a good idea, and they still didn't go for it. So no appeasement will work unless they do it. They're going to say no. In fact, there have been some things that they originally put out there. The Democrats said okay, and then they drop.
There were Republicans, and I don't remember who, and I don't remember which bills specifically. All I remember is that there were Republicans that had brought a bill to the floor for a vote, and then they voted against their own bill.
Yes.
And it's just like, what the fuck kind of game are we playing here?
Yeah, I mean, even like Obamacare was a Republican idea,
Well,
from
yeah,
decade.
Obamacare.
Exactly, yeah, that's what it was. Exactly. And it's just because it's party lines, they're going to vote against it. But to get back to like my hatred for Biden, just something even as simple as where the right and the right media, the right mainstream media love to say, oh, he's a socialist and he's a communist and he wants to do, like, get the fuck out there. Again, get good speech writers, stumble through. I know he has a bit of a speech impediment.
Yeah, he just stutters.
Get
But
the PR out there. He has people.
But you can't spend time giving credit, giving airspace, giving
to rebuttal like such nonsense,
no,
or to say
can't.
like Trump is full of shit. There is no big lie. Like, you don't think? I know,
Well,
like, giving his credit's bad, but
that he has.
But he has done that. But if they're going to call him a socialist, they're going to call him a socialist. I mean, every Democratic president since Jimmy Carter has been called a socialist, and maybe even before. That's just the way the political discourse is in the U.S. Is it worse now than it was then? Yeah, it's a fuck ton worse. But that's the direction that the political discourse has gone in. Joe Biden isn't going to change that.
No.
All that's going to do is bog him down in the discussion. He'll get bogged down in the fight. He won't be able to do anything else, to advocate for anything else, or to change anything else. He'll get stuck in the mudslinging.
Right. He'll do even less than he's doing now.
And that'll help nobody.
Right. So basically,
Fair
the best thing
enough.
to do is accomplish what he can, and see, here's one mistake he made. So if you remember, right out of the gate, he was writing executive orders like mad.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually remember, I don't remember who the talking head was, but they actually said, he should slow down a little bit because he's going to run out of stuff that he can do. And then people are very much of, what have you done for me lately? You spread that shit out so that you have some more things, and people are like, so like one a month. Hey, here's a cool thing. Oh, here's another cool thing.
Yeah, especially during elections.
Right. But he didn't do that because he actually wanted to do some good, as much good as he could do, and undo as much of the bad that Trump did.
Absolutely.
Well, eventually he ran out of stuff, and then he had recalcitrants in his own party, fucking Cinema and Manchin. Again, there's literally nothing that the party can do to them. And if they kick them out of the party, and if they caucus with the Republicans, well, now the Republicans control the Senate, and that's even worse.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I guess that it's frustrating because I'm fucking frustrated by it, but people get so angry and they don't, it's like, well, there's literally, as it stands now, and that's why I say, well, again, vote in those local elections, stop the gerrymandering, stop the states, controlling, and Republicans as minorities controlling states that should be blue.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And if we do that,
the Senate has been considered and called, right, the most deliberative body on the planet, and it's been a long time since that's been true.
Long time.
They don't deliberate shit.
Right. Because again, we have radicals because it's again like back in the days when it was Dick Lugar and those guys in the Senate. They were right wingers, but they believed in America, they believed in democracy, and they believed in compromise. They believed that okay, the give and take. What we have now are radicals. They don't believe
Right.
in any of that. They are
Mitch McConnell hates America. Joe Manchin hates America. Absolutely. Absolutely. What they like is a vision of America that they have in their heads. And that vision doesn't include me
right or me.
or Joe, or dark matter.
Or for that matter, Mike's job, because they don't believe in mental health. They think mental health care is for sissies.
Yeah, yeah. Um, they want you to get your mental health care through your pastor or your preacher.
Right.
Pray it away.
Right.
So,
Just like they want to do with people being gay. Oh, you pray away the gay. It's like that doesn't work. But the other thing I thought was always kind of fun, like ridiculous and funny, is, but when marriage equality was becoming, the thing, and becoming legal, and they always had this thing. Oh, and people will start becoming gay that weren't gay. I'm like, no, it doesn't work that way. And you know what? That's what was it, 2013? So it's like 9 years, almost 10, going on 10 years. And so same sex couples have been able to marry, and I have not once wanted to blow a dude, just not even one time.
yeah.
It's
I
just like,
mean,
well, yeah, but you did
I
before
have. Well, I
that.
mean, so, when gay marriage became legal, I owned the deli at the time,
Right.
and we had a TV on in the dining room, and I'm you know, at the register at the counter, and I'm watching and taking orders and cooking, and I'm watching and the whole thing, and everything's unfolding, and people are celebrating. Guy comes in, he orders 10 cheeseburgers, and while I'm cooking, he's looking at the TV screen. So I'm starting to pack all of his stuff up for him, and he shakes his head and he goes, "Do you see this?" And I said, "Yeah." And he says, "In my country, we kill them." And I said, "You're in America. Here's your fucking burgers. Get out of my restaurant." Yeah.
I also have not had the proclivities to wanting to suck a dick, and I'm actually probably the world's foremost expert in what is or is not a fake penis because I have to monitor urinalysis drops. So when people are peeing in a cup, somebody who is of the same gender or their preference for monitor has to watch closely to make sure that the urine coming out of them isn't adulterated in any way.
Oh, I've done that.
I have watched so many people. I think by now I would have been tempted if it were within me to be tempted. I
You're
mean, I've
missing out.
seen every flavor. There's nothing out there that would surprise me. There's a lot of small fries in this world too, and no,
There
Yeah, but
are.
you don't.
the
Yeah, but
appetizer.
you don't know if they're showers, growers, and not showers.
They're not growers.
So Vegas, how do we get back to the day when it was collegiate and they got along? We have to vote out all the radicals, and it means taking over. So reasonable
Money
people
in politics.
in states voting for reasonable electors, and that means the people who aren't nutbag radicals have to get over their cynicism and get out there and vote. They have to get involved. They
So,
have to the extent that they can.
so
Um,
the obvious problem to that, the obvious thing is, um, we've had a couple of decades, pretty much, of radicals flooded through the federal government, and they didn't get there by accident. They got there and remained there by radicalizing their base.
right.
So,
And money in politics.
how do you get rid of them when the people who put them there remain?
Well, because again, what did I say last night? The people on the left, whether they're center left or leftist and everything in between, need to get people, and they need to get involved in primaries. They get involved in their states. They have to build a power base, and even in states, particularly in states that are currently red, and get people to actually vote in large numbers and show up and get the best candidates that they can get in the primaries, and then everyone get behind them no matter what. So if you're a centrist Democrat and there's a leftist, vote for the fucking leftist. If you're a leftist and the person is a centrist, vote for it. But get them in, get you in, and then the more, and also the more, like I mentioned, the problem, but the more if there were two, one or two more Democratic senators, Joe Manchin wouldn't matter.
Well, surely, and I'm sure Alice Jones is going to make this point or has already making this point, but the most recent school shooting is going to be a thing to get people out to vote. The abortion issue is going to get people out for midterms to vote.
I hope so.
That seems to have hit a good nerve to get people interested.
Piggybacking on some fat guys saying that we need to get the money out of politics. One of those news stories that has really not gotten enough attention is that the Supreme Court just came out and said that you can keep donating to someone's political campaign after the election is over.
Oh, yeah. So just limitless dark money that, or even if it's not dark, it's just,
you don't think that was ever. Yeah, no, I don't think that was ever something, though, that you couldn't do. And I think the Supreme Court ruled that way because it was challenged. Because when you have an Act Blue.
No, actually, there was limits, and someone challenged the limits. That's why how it got to the Supreme Court.
Okay, but you can you can still raise money even after your election, because you can hang on. You can hang on.
The case they ruled on had to do with Ted Cruz.
Of course,
so much news coming out of Texas these days, right? And Ted Cruz is now the one who's expanding the limits of Citizens United.
Yeah,
that's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's and when I was other thing too, I know that a lot of people on the left, and I get why they say, well, we should have a constitutional amendment for this, that, and the other thing, and I don't disagree with them as far as that we should have those, but I also know that under the state governments and the federal government as currently constituted, it is pipe dream, because you need two-thirds of the House, two-thirds of the Senate.
They'll never get the Senate.
Or 3/4, or you can bypass the Congress if you get 3/4 of the states. Well, we don't have 3/4 of the states.
All of it's not possible.
Right. So this is the thing. So actually, if people voted in their state and local elections and got the left to have control over the states, then it would be possible to have those things. But we're nowhere near that. And again, the left, just all of the left, and I'm not picking on leftists here. Everyone on the left, whether they're barely to the left and all the way, we don't show up in fucking primaries. We don't show up for state elections, and they do, and that's why they win. And that's why there's states where, again, like the fact, that when Hillary lost, Wisconsin and Michigan, those were both had become Democratic stalwarts. But again, the people didn't show up on our side, and that's why she lost. And those states, though, the Republicans focused not on the national election; they focused on the state elections, and that's why even though they vote for Democrats, generally speaking, in the national election, they have Republicans running the states.
Well, it surely would help if the territories became states, and you're adding that populace to be able to vote. To enact some change, and also to either at the very least make it a national holiday for election day, or have it so it's so much easier to vote than standing in long ass fucking lines during a work day.
Oh, right? I totally agree. But again, what did the right do when they had the chance right recently? They made it harder for people to vote. That's the thing.
That's why DeJoy was installed.
Exactly. We're never going to get those things you just said, even though I totally agree we should have those unless and until the Republican Party is marginalized. And so, that's what's got to happen.
So I have an anecdotal story of the last federal election we had here. And, Trudeau got like an extra C. It's a total waste. But anyway, it was for 2 weeks prior to the day of election. You could go and vote online, over the telephone, mail it in, or go to, they send you your voter card and list all the polling stations in your little area that you can go to, and the days they're open and the hours they are. But also, if you're out of town and you're on the other side of the fucking island, you just go to a polling station. They pull up your stuff on their computer system or in the register, and they'll issue your ballot for you to be able to vote. Like, it is so ridiculous easy up here to go and vote.
Yeah.
Like,
And that's how it should
so much
be.
sense.
That's how it
And
should be.
people turn out and vote. People, it's good numbers up here. Because it's easy. You know, I think I voted once in the States, and it was like an hour online to get in for. It's just so archaic.
It depends on where you live, though, because each state controls their election laws and how the elections function and everything else. Where I live, there's no line. I walk in, I vote, I walk out. It takes like 3 minutes.
Yeah, I suppose. But I mean, like in big city Atlanta, and then, you know, I must have voted a few times because there were different polling stations I went to, and it's all depending on where you live in that town.
Well, down south is harder. Down south, they intentionally make the lines long. They've done that for years. They intentionally make the lines long. They intentionally have fewer polling places than would be ideal. They do that on purpose because they don't want certain people.
Absolutely. Minority neighborhoods, minorities tend to vote Democrats. So absolutely.
Yep. Yeah, I mean it's really you know, outrageous. Now, one thing I will say, one mistake I will pin on the Democrats, specifically the party, is that seeding certain places and not even challenging them. Like back in 2008 when he won big, Howard Dean was head of the DNC, and he said 50 state strategy. We're going to be competitive everywhere. We're not going to win everywhere, but we're going to be competitive everywhere. And he won in North Carolina. He won in Georgia. He won in a bunch of places that Democrats don't usually win because they fought for it. And what it did was it made the Republicans have to fight on their own ground. And then so the battleground states,
down the money.
Right, the battleground states became states that were traditionally Republican areas as opposed to them being, you know, swing states. So the swing states were solid for the Democrats, and so when we cede ground to them, we lose, and that's a big mistake that the party makes.
That surely happened in the 2020 election, like in Georgia, especially. Like, they had to spend so much of their resources on a red state.
Right, right. Make them fight on their own territory.
Exactly, because it waters down their money. They
when I ran for office here in my county, there hadn't been a serious candidate running against the Republicans here in a long time, and the last time a Democrat had been elected was 20 years before. This is solidly Republican. It's solidly Trump country. There was a lot of people upset when I ended up being the one that was going to run because there was a black guy who was a rapper from Texas who lives part-time in the area here that a lot of people were really getting behind because they were like, oh, he's a black guy. This is like, you know, we can like make a big deal.
The Obama effect.
Yeah, that kind of a thing. And he ran the year after I did. And you know, long story short, I did a lot better than he did in our election because I was a lot more serious of a candidate.
Right.
So can we get you to run again and wear this hat?
I may actually. I mean, I might be running next year. I am.
But can we have the hat?
If I run, I'll wear the hat. I mean, I live here for fuck's sake. Everybody wears these hats here.
Which is hilarious because it's fucking New Jersey. It's so funny. It's so funny.
But it is farms. It is farm country. I mean, you know, and we do have the farm and horse.
New York's garden state, so
you know. So
I think like New York produces more peaches than Georgia, for fuck's sakes.
Yeah, and in New Jersey, I think it's the cranberry capital. I think there's a lot of cranberries in New Jersey. People think Massachusetts, and there's a lot in New Jersey.
Yes,
blueberries too.
Yep.
I'm digging the hat. as far as running with it. This is going to get you a few more votes. Like, yes, this
I think it
person.
might. I think it might, and I think it looks good. Because the thing is I ran last time, and I basically had said at the very beginning that I was non-binary. So I basically at the very start said I am not cis, right?
Mhm.
I am not, just so people would know. And since then, obviously, I've transitioned, and I am not as secure as I was then. I am a lot more fearful of my neighbors than I was then.
Yeah, geez. And you have little kids. That would be very scary.
And I mean, we have things going on in like, town council meetings and in the county commissioner meetings, where people say things like LGBT people, they only want to celebrate pride, and they only want to support sex education because they are trying to lure children
Yeah,
and to groom them.
indoctrinate. Mhm.
It's something that's being openly said by the Republicans here. So, as a parent of small children, putting myself out there in a race scares the shit out of me.
I would imagine. Absolutely. Because I
But
mean,
I might
the crazies are being fed a bunch of shit that's
right.
fueling them.
I might still do it because I am one of the few Democrats in this county, believe it or not, that can win.
Hmm.
That has a chance, because everybody that ran after me didn't do nearly as well as I did, and the people that ran before me didn't do as well as I did. So, yeah, I could.
I hope you do. I hope you win.
It's
But
scary.
I understand why it's scary. But if you do decide, so if you don't decide, you decide not to do it, I get it. But if you do, well, you know me, I'm on Team Raven all the way. So
And I like that. I appreciate that. It'll be nice to see, Raven on the signs.
Yeah,
So,
that would. That would be. Do the hat and then have like a silhouette picture on the sign or something. That'd be cool.
with the boobs.
Yeah.
Look like the girl on the mud flap.
oh
Mm.
yeah.
I wish.
Yeah. Just get you a big pickup truck and build a gun and yeah.
I could be like, I don't have balls, but my truck does.
That's funny. Yeah, you gotta get you. You gotta get you in trucks. Start talking like you're from the South, even though you're from New Jersey.
Yeah, just blow shit up in your political ads and have a gun. And then
Yeah.
pickup truck. That seems to work really good down south.
Which is so pathetic. If you think about it, it's just like, well, I don't know what their policies are, but they can blow shit up. That's what I want in there. Like,
So there's right wingers here that say shit like Democrats are socialists and socialists are trying to destroy the country and should be killed.
Yeah,
They
that's
put
the scary part for
It's
running.
scary.
That's
They have a newsletter that they send around, and in the newsletter, there's frequently, things in the newsletter that say things like "eliminate Democrats."
I mean, what's so like tranquil and peaceful when Sarah Palin put little crosshair targets over Democrats across the country compared to like what they're doing now. Fuck, they jumped off the deep end.
Yeah.
The train is now derailed. It's
Yeah, it has
people are dying because of this rhetoric.
Mhm.
January 6th, people died because of this rhetoric.
Died.
yeah. And at first, it seemed like some Republicans were scared enough to try to back away, but no, they've turned into the skid. So I should say, they turned into the skid marks.
Yeah, I mean, like Trump in the last couple of primaries that have happened in this month, his candidates didn't do too good. I think he's still at like 60% success rate. So better than chance, and they've hitched the wagons to that because a little bit better of a chance he can pull these big numbers at rallies, and if they can suck up enough to him and he can remember their names, it seems to help.
No Vegas.
Yeah, I want to see what happens there. Don't block. Might get interesting. We're at oh Jesus, we're on for 4 hours. Usually about the 2.5 hour mark is when the shows devolve on my end because everyone starts to get pretty tipsy. But this is nice. It's just a nice conversation.
Well, actually, we'll probably be shutting it down soon. I don't want to. I get 20 hours. I get 20 hours
I was
of
wondering about that. Yeah.
stream time, through StreamYard. I don't want to use it all up. So
No, as you had a long stream last night as well. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, we're probably looking at 9 hours worth right now. So
Yeah.
Ooh.
yeah,
But yeah, well, that's the thing. It's funny because like the last couple of streams we've done, I was tired, Raven was tired, Mike was tired. Like, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be sticking to this too long. And then like 5 hours later, oh wow, maybe we should go to bed. Well, we get talking, and there's always something to talk about. And then
that's how good conversations go.
Yeah, it doesn't.
So
feel
I
like
think
4
we are
hours.
going to shut it down. We're going to give it a couple more minutes and we're going to shut it down. So before I do that, though, I want to remind everybody in the description, at least on the description on my channel, I don't know about this one. Yes, actually, if you go down the description, no matter which stream you're watching, you can go down. It says Raven's Patreon.
Mhm.
You are now obligated to go to that and to become a patron of this broadcast of my channel. That
Absolutely.
ensures quality. This kind of quality continues, and you're obligated to pitch in as much as you possibly can, or else.
oh, and some fat guy when we're off, if you could drop your I'm trying to find your channel and I'm not finding it when I type your name in. So if you could drop a link to your channel in the private chat, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Oh,
Absolutely.
yeah, that's something that you guys might not have known too. We have a private chat. It's private.
That's how we can when we talk about people that are and
Mhm.
we want to say nasty things about people, but
I was talking about a couple of you. I'm just saying.
I just did a search on my own just to see what comes up, and I see
Search on your own. What are you doing?
well, I searched my channel and just so I get the link, and I'm just seeing videos that I did with people or people replying to me, and
I got you.
it's funny because some of these responses I never saw before. Like, oh, okay. And one of my favorite videos that I ever did was the stealth jihadi burgers. So this was back around when Pat Condell went from just making anti-Christian, anti-religious things to start like have Muslim panic, and so they a lot of companies that sell meat products and like for fast food has switched over to halal meat in the UK just because it's easier this way. They don't have to worry about everybody in the community that eats meat can eat their stuff, right? And he had this thing about how this was cultural overthrow. It was a stealth jihad. He literally said this shit. So I did a video called Stealth Jihadi Burgers. The production values are kind of low, but it was still, I think, a pretty cool, fun video. Um, I'll throw a link to that. Actually, I'm gonna throw that in the public chat. So let me get into the other one. But I thought that was funny as fuck because it was just like, really, like if I was gonna, well, I won't spoil the tagline, but the tagline was basically captured my my feeling of how ridiculous it was. So if you get a chance, watch the video. I think it's funny.
All right. Everyone, I
If someone
want.
makes. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm
No,
sorry.
go ahead. Say what you're going to say.
I was going to say, if someone makes me a mod in the public chat here, I can throw the link for the channel. But if not, I'll put it in our private chat.
I guess I think I can because I'm a mic. If you have this,
No, on the goddamn podcast one, I think.
No, I'm talking about
No, on yours.
I'm talking yours. So if you
Oh.
you say something on that chat and then you can be modded.
Point.
Something. Okay. Oh, well, I guess I don't have the ability to. I can moderate you, but I can't promote you.
Oh,
Really?
no
Raven
worries.
does. Raven, I'll have
I
to do
don't
that.
even have it open.
I'll put it in our private one once
Okay.
we wrap up here. Only just to mess up my screen grab.
I don't even have it open. There we go. Oh, I hate my voice.
Oh, I'm the same way. When I first started producing this, because the lovely overpriced Macintosh I had to listen to my own voice through my headset, but it was at like about a second delay, so it was awful for making a stutter because of that. But just hearing my own voice, absolutely hate it.
You're now a moderator.
Fantastic. All right.
I had
very cool.
tried to I got a different software because Windows Live Movie Maker is no longer available. So I went to something else, and the thing I had was by default, as you were speaking, it was playing back your audio, but because of the lag, it was totally screwing me up. Like I was like hearing my own echo, and
Mhm.
it was impossible for me to actually continue to record because it was throwing off my whole cadence.
It does, yeah. Your cadence is gone, and that interrupts your thought process. And then I was stuttering because of it. It was painful.
All right, so
Yeah.
we're going to shut it down now, at least
Yep.
momentarily. Some fat guy, after we say goodnight, you can shut it down on the stream to the goddamn podcast.
Sure.
But you can stay in here, so hang out here.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I got you.
So I want to thank everybody. I want to thank some fat guy. I want to thank
Thanks for having me.
PJ. No, thanks for having us. I mean, we created this
This was
channel.
great.
This was actually the first time we've ever done anything like this. So this was really cool because I wasn't on the goddamn podcast. We literally pretty much took over the channel, which is actually even better.
I'd love to have you again. You guys are great. So whenever schedules line up and stuff.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if like I wouldn't want to do this on a regular, but I mean, sure. Absolutely. Maybe in a few weeks or in a couple months or whatever, maybe we can do it again, and it'll be fun. It'll be fun. Maybe I'll be better prepared and I won't be out having a good time during the day.
Damn you for that. You're having a life.
Yeah. I'm a bitch. So, but thanks for having us, and goddamn podcast peoples. Most of you know me. If you're still there watching, which it doesn't look like you are, but whatever. If you're watching later and you come across this, give me money through my Patreon. But also give TJ money for Streamlabs and all that kind of stuff. That's all in the description.
Yep.
And also, do the weird thing that you're supposed to do on YouTube and subscribe to my motherfucking channel.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and mine too. I still plan to make more new content after a million years.
Curious Minds, his motherfucking channel too. Agent of Doubt, if you feel like it, I don't know, but I mean,
I mean, might as well. You've gone this much, so
yeah.
But the other what was I going to say? Oh, the other thing too is when you talk to Dark Matter, tell him. I mean, he did cartoons of Raven as DevShell too, and I don't know about if Agent of Doubt got one, but I've always Firefly forever got one. I want a goddamn cartoon character.
Yeah.
Dark Matter. I harassed him for a couple of years about a car. He did Peach. He did shit ton of people. All these people all in the same group that he and I both were members of.
Yeah.
We were all part of the same group of people, and everybody else got a fucking video.
Yeah.
Right? So I harassed him for years. When I hit 1,000 subscribers, I didn't even have to ask him. He actually made a video celebrating my 1,000 subscriber mark, and basically the video was God and Jeffrey, and they were having a conversation, and Jeffrey said to God, "Hey, you remember how you put that safety in and make sure that the universe would never explode and come to a sudden end?" And God said, "Yeah, I remember. I made it so when DevShell 2 hits 1,000 subscribers, but that'll never happen." And then Jeffrey's like, "Well."
That's awesome. Yeah,
and that was pretty cool.
Yeah, because I mean, first time I met Dark Matter in person was at Reason Rally number. No, actually, it was Philadelphia. The Philadelphia meetup.
Philadelphia was fun.
Yeah.
All right.
He,
So that's the thing. This is why we do 9,000 hour long podcasts.
There's always something else to say. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's even worse than that because after we're done with the stream, we still hang out on the after show, post show. So yes, there's an after show also, people. There's a private chat and an after show. So if you're watching this on, doesn't matter which channel, which stream you're watching, doesn't really matter. You're all getting screwed. So
Yep.
good night, everybody. Thank you.
Hey, folks. Thanks for having me on, guys.
And